Hey night owls, what if I told you that one of the greatest weapons in human history wasn't a sword, wasn't gunpowder, and definitely wasn't a strongly worded letter? It was cheese, controlled rot, curdled milk sitting in a cave for months. And somehow, against every reasonable expectation, it helped build empires, finance wars, fuel revolutions, and completely rewire the way humans eat, trade, and even think about the ground beneath their feet. 8,000 years of civilization, and this glorified spoiled dairy product has been quietly pulling strings the entire time. Before banks, before stock markets, before Bitcoin, there was cheese, functioning as cold hard currency in the mountains of medieval Europe. Before antibiotics, before modern medicine, there was cheese, accidentally farming the exact mold that would one day save hundreds of millions of lives. You could not make this up. So before we get into it, hit that like button if you're the kind of person who enjoys finding out that history is far weirder and more delicious than anyone told you in school. And drop a comment right now. Where in the world are you watching from? What time is it? I want to know who's up late for this one. Get comfortable, turn the lights down low, and let's talk about the humble, smelly, utterly world-conquering story of cheese. Let's start in Wisconsin. Not the most glamorous place to begin a global story, admittedly. No pyramids, no Roman colosseums, no ancient silk trade routes cutting through the mountains. Just a very flat state with a lot of cows and a justifiable pride about it. But if you want to understand what cheese actually is at its most fundamental, industrial, modern scale, Wisconsin is exactly where you need to be. Specifically a plant called Alto Dairy, which sits near the town of Waupun and operates every single day of the year with the calm, relentless efficiency of something that has long since stopped being impressed by its own output. Every 24 hours, Alto Dairy receives and processes approximately 3.5 million pounds of raw milk. That number is worth sitting with for a moment. 3.5 million pounds daily. To put that in some kind of human-scale context, that's roughly the combined weight of around 12 fully loaded Boeing 737 aircraft arriving at your loading dock before breakfast. The facility runs continuously, the vats are always full, the cultures are always working, and by the time any given shift ends, somewhere in the neighbourhood of 400,000 pounds of finished cheese has been born from that ocean of incoming milk. It then gets packaged, chilled, shipped, and eventually melts on top of something you ordered at a restaurant while you were thinking about other things. What's quietly remarkable about a place like Alto Dairy isn't just the scale, though the scale is genuinely staggering. It's that this entire operation, the gleaming stainless steel vats, the automated cutting wires, the climate-controlled aging rooms, the trucks rolling in from surrounding farms before dawn, is just the modern expression of something that was first. Figured out by accident somewhere in the ancient Near East, by a person who almost certainly had no idea what they had done, and probably just ate it because they were hungry, and it seemed fine. That's the origin story of one of the most economically and culturally consequential foods in human history. A hungry person, a leaky container, and a pleasant surprise. The thing about cheese that tends to get lost in all the sophisticated discussion of aging, terroir, microbiology, and regional tradition is that at its absolute core, it is spoiled milk that someone decided not to throw away. It is, in the most technical sense possible, a controlled form of decay. The bacteria and molds that transform fresh liquid milk into a firm, complex, aromatic solid are essentially breaking the milk down, consuming it, digesting it, exhaling byproducts into it, and what you're eating when you eat cheese is the result of that process. You are, in a very real way, eating something that has been partially pre-digested by microorganisms. Cheesemakers, understandably, prefer not to lead with that description in their marketing materials. But here's the paradox that makes cheese genuinely interesting from a historical standpoint. This product of controlled rot became one of the defining markers of sophisticated civilization. Empires carried it. Monasteries perfected it. Merchants traded it across continents. Philosophers apparently ate a lot of it. And somewhere along the way, a food born from microbial activity in an animal's stomach lining became a symbol of culture, refinement, regional identity, and in some parts of the world, genuine national pride. The French famously have around 1,000 different varieties. The Swiss have named their mountains after it, essentially. The Italians have legally protected the geographic regions where certain types can be produced with the same institutional seriousness they apply to Renaissance art. None of this happened because humans sat down one morning and decided that fermented dairy curds would make an excellent cornerstone of civilization. It happened because of an accident, and then a very long series of decisions made by people who were mostly just trying not to starve. To understand how we got from that accident to Alto Dairy processing the weight of 12 jetliners worth of milk every day, you have to go back much further than Wisconsin. You have to go back to a time before cities, before writing, before anything that modern people would recognize as organized society, back to the moment when humans first began keeping animals not just for meat, but for their milk. And to understand that, you need to understand something slightly uncomfortable about human biology that most nutrition classes don't spend enough time on. The majority of adult humans on the planet cannot digest fresh milk properly. This isn't a modern condition, a dietary sensitivity, or a lifestyle choice. It's actually the biological default. Mammals, including humans, produce an enzyme called lactase that breaks down lactose, the primary sugar in milk, during infancy. This makes sense because infants drink milk and need to digest it. What doesn't quite make evolutionary sense, on the surface at least, is that most mammals lose the ability to produce lactase once they're weaned. Humans are no different, except for a specific genetic mutation that appears to have emerged in certain populations roughly 10,000 years ago, which allowed some people to continue producing lactase into adulthood. This mutation, known as lactase persistence, is genuinely not the global norm. Even today, roughly 65% of the world's adult population produces reduced levels of lactase and experiences varying degrees of digestive discomfort when consuming significant quantities of fresh dairy. The populations with the highest rates of lactase persistence are found in northern Europe and some pastoral communities in Africa, regions with long histories of cattle herding. Everyone else, more or less, has spent most of human history being slightly betrayed by milk after the age of 5. This biological reality is actually central to understanding why cheese was such a world-changing discovery. Because here's the thing about fermentation. When bacteria convert milk into cheese, they consume a substantial portion of the lactose in the process. Aged cheeses in particular, the hard, long-matured varieties, contain almost no detectable lactose. A person who cannot drink a glass of milk without consequences can, in most cases, eat aged cheddar or parmesan without any issue whatsoever. The bacteria have already done the digestive work. This means that cheese effectively unlocked the nutritional value of dairy for populations that couldn't access it through fresh milk alone. And it did so before anyone had any understanding of enzymes, bacteria, or lactose. It worked, and people noticed that it worked, and they kept doing it, because pragmatism has always been humanity's most underrated intellectual tool. The earliest direct evidence of cheesemaking that archaeologists have managed to pin down comes from Egypt, specifically from tomb paintings and residue analysis of ceramic vessels dating to around 2300 BCE. Strainer-like pottery with fat residues consistent with cheese production has been found at sites across the region, and there are depictions in tomb art of what appears to be dairy processing, figures tending to animals, working with liquid in, large vessels producing something solid that's then stored in containers. The ancient Egyptians were clearly doing something with milk that went beyond just drinking it, and the physical evidence suggests that something was cheese, or at least a close ancestor of it. Whether it tasted anything like what we'd recognize today is a rather open question, and probably best left that way. But Egypt at 2300 BCE is almost certainly not where cheesemaking began. It's simply where we have found some of the clearest physical evidence that has survived. The actual origin almost certainly lies further east and further back in time, in the broad crescent of land that runs through what is now Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria, the region historians refer to as the Fertile Crescent, which was not named for. Its cheese production specifically, but could arguably have been. This is where goat and sheep domestication began, roughly 10,000 years ago. This is where the first pastoral economies emerged, and this is almost certainly where the first accidental cheese happened. The origin story that has been passed down through food history, and which is plausible enough that most food historians accept some version of it, involves an animal stomach used as a container. This was not an unusual practice in the ancient world. Before humans had developed pottery sufficiently to make reliable watertight vessels, or before they had access to the materials needed to make them, they used what was available. Animal skins, gourds, and yes, the stomachs and intestines of slaughtered animals were all repurposed as containers for liquid transport and storage. The stomach in particular is a naturally watertight pouch, and if you're a nomadic herder who needs to carry liquid and you have just slaughtered an animal, using the stomach as a carrying vessel is not a strange or disgusting decision. It's a practical one. You work with what you have. Now, the inner lining of a ruminant's stomach, a goat, a sheep, a cow, contains naturally occurring enzymes, including rennet, that play a role in the animal's own digestive process. These enzymes are specifically designed to coagulate milk proteins, which is how young ruminants are able to digest their mother's milk efficiently. When a herder poured fresh milk into a cleaned but still enzyme-bearing stomach pouch and then spent a day travelling on foot across warm terrain, something entirely predictable happened from a biochemical standpoint, even if it was completely bewildering from a human standpoint. The milk separated. The enzymes in the stomach lining acted on the milk proteins, causing them to clump together and firm up into a solid mass, curds, while the remaining liquid, whey, sloshed around them. When our hypothetical herder opened their container at the end of a long day's travel, they were not greeted with the fresh milk they had started with. They were greeted with something lumpy, slightly tangy, and unfamiliar. At this point, the story could have gone several directions, only one of which gave us the next 8,000 years of cheese history. The herder could have assumed the milk had simply gone bad, which, to be fair, was a reasonable interpretation of the situation, thrown it out, and moved on. If that had happened, someone else would have made the same discovery eventually, because the same thing would keep happening to anyone carrying milk in stomach pouches, which was presumably a lot of people. But the version of history we ended up in is the version where whoever first encountered this curdled surprise decided to taste it. Maybe out of curiosity, maybe out of hunger. Maybe out of a profound personal philosophy that unknown food should always be at least sampled before discarding. Whatever the motivation, they ate it, and it didn't kill them, and it probably tasted reasonably good in the way that tangy, salty, protein-rich food tends to taste good to people who have been walking all day and haven't eaten enough. What they had made, entirely without intending to, it was a primitive fresh cheese. Not aged, not salted, not pressed, not ripened. Just curds, separated from whey by enzymatic action, ready to eat. It would have been something in the general family of what we now call queso fresco or fresh paneer or farmer's cheese. Soft, mild, slightly acidic, highly perishable. It wasn't going to age gracefully in a cave for 18 months and emerge as something that sophisticated people in the 21st century would pair with a glass of wine. But it was nutritious. It was portable in a way that fresh liquid milk absolutely was not, and crucially it was something new. Humans, being humans, began experimenting. The leap from accidental fresh cheese to intentional cheesemaking is one of those transitions in human history that happened gradually enough that nobody could have pointed to a specific moment when it tipped over. But once people understood, even without understanding why, that putting milk in certain containers under certain conditions produced this solid, concentrated food, the process began to be deliberately replicated and gradually refined. Stomach pouches were sought out not just for general liquid transport, but specifically for milk. The conditions that seemed to produce the best results were noted and repeated. Different animals' milk produced different results. Goat milk and sheep milk, both of which were far more commonly consumed in the ancient world than cow's milk, have different protein and fat compositions that produce noticeably different curds. Someone discovered that adding a bit of salt to fresh curds extended how long they remained edible. Someone else discovered that pressing the curds under weight to expel more whey produced a firmer product that lasted longer still. Each of these discoveries was made by people who had absolutely no vocabulary for what they were doing biochemically, and who were simply responding to what they observed. This works, that doesn't, this lasts longer, that tastes better. The nutritional implications of this chain of discoveries were genuinely significant in a way that's easy to underestimate from the vantage point of a world where the average grocery store has more calories on a single aisle than most ancient communities consumed in a week. Fresh milk, in terms of protein density, is not a particularly efficient food. It's mostly water, around 87% in fact, with the remaining 13% being a combination of fat, protein, lactose, and minerals. Cheese, by contrast, is the result of removing most of that water along with the whey, concentrating the fat, protein, and minerals into a much smaller, denser package. A typical aged hard cheese contains roughly 7 times the protein per unit weight of the milk it was made from. That is not a trivial difference. In a world where securing adequate protein was a daily challenge, where livestock were too valuable to slaughter casually, and where food storage was a persistent problem, cheese represented something close to a nutritional revolution. You could get the protein value of a large quantity of milk from a small, portable, shelf-stable block that travelled well and kept for weeks or months under reasonable conditions. For a nomadic herder, for a farming community, for a travelling army, and we will get to armies, this was not a culinary novelty. It was a strategic asset. The spread of cheesemaking across the ancient world tracks fairly closely with the spread of pastoral agriculture itself. As the practice of keeping domesticated livestock moved west from the Fertile Crescent into Europe, and east into Central Asia, and south into the African continent, the knowledge of what to do with surplus milk moved with it. By the time the great Bronze Age civilizations of the Mediterranean were establishing trade networks across the sea, cheese was already a known commodity with established value. There are references to what appears to be dried or aged cheese in texts from ancient Sumer, one of the earliest literate civilizations in Mesopotamia, that date to around 3000 BCE, though the translation of these references isn't always perfectly clear because ancient Sumerian food vocabulary turns out to be a somewhat specialized area of academic expertise. Greek texts from the classical period are much more explicit. Homer's Odyssey, written down sometime around the 8th century BCE, but drawing on oral traditions far older, contains a scene in which the Cyclops Polyphemus is found to have extensive racks of cheese aging in his cave, separated by type, pressed and draining in wicker baskets. The detail is so specific, wicker pressing baskets, separation by type, organized storage, that it clearly reflects real cheesemaking practice from the author's own cultural context, not imagined detail. The Cyclops, whatever his other failings as a host, apparently ran a reasonably organized dairy operation. Greek soldiers, philosophers, and athletes all consumed cheese routinely. The physician Hippocrates, whose name you may recognize from the oath that medical students still nominally take, though whether cheese featured in his version of it is unfortunately not documented, wrote about cheese as a food with both nutritional and potential medicinal properties, noting that it was strengthening but should be consumed in moderation by people with delicate constitutions. This was a fairly sophisticated dietary observation for the 5th century BCE, and it suggests that by that point cheese had been around long enough and was consumed by enough different types of people that its effects on human health were being systematically noticed and discussed. When your food has its own section in the medical literature, it's fair to say it's moved past the status of novelty item. Across the Mediterranean and Egypt, the cheese tradition had its own distinct character shaped by climate and available livestock. The hot, dry conditions of the Nile Delta were not ideal for the kind of long aging that would later produce European hard cheeses, but they were well suited to fresh, brined varieties, early cousins of what we now know as feta and similar preserved cheeses that could be stored in salt solution for extended periods. This was actually a sophisticated preservation insight. Salt draws moisture from the surface of fresh cheese while also creating an inhospitable environment for the bacteria and molds that would cause dangerous spoilage, allowing a delicate, high-moisture product to remain edible for much longer than it otherwise would. Egyptian cheesemakers, entirely through empirical observation rather than any understanding of microbiology, had worked out a food preservation technique that we still use essentially unchanged today. The brined cheeses sitting in tubs at Middle Eastern grocery stores in the 21st century are made by fundamentally the same method that Egyptian dairy workers were using 4,000 years ago, which is either a testament to human ingenuity or a suggestion that some things are simply solved the first time and don't need revisiting. The varieties that were being produced across this ancient world would have been almost unrecognizable to modern cheese connoisseurs in some ways, though recognizable in others. Fresh, soft, brined curds in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. Harder, drier, more pressed varieties in cooler pastoral inland regions where longer keeping times were necessary. All of them made without precise temperature control, without standardized cultures, without the ability to test acidity or moisture content, and without any theoretical understanding of why any of it worked. The entire body of ancient cheesemaking knowledge was transmitted through direct observation and practice, a master watching a student, a parent teaching a child, a travelling merchant learning a regional technique and bringing it home. The knowledge lived in people's hands and eyes before it ever lived in writing, and it was therefore inherently variable, inherently regional, and inherently connected to the specific animals, the specific grasses those animals ate, the specific water sources, the specific weather patterns of wherever it was being made. This variability, which would have struck early producers as simply the natural inconsistency of a craft, was actually laying the groundwork for what would eventually become one of the most sophisticated ideas in food culture: the notion that a food product carries within it the irreducible character of the specific place it came from. But that concept and its extraordinary implications belongs to a later chapter. What belongs here is the sheer improbability of the whole enterprise. Consider the sequence of events that had to occur, more or less in this order, for cheese to exist at all. Humans had to domesticate the right animals. Those animals had to produce milk in quantities beyond what their offspring required. Humans had. To develop the practice of milking those animals regularly, the milk had to end up in a container made of stomach lining. The container had to be warm enough for the enzymatic reaction to proceed, and then the person who opened the container at the end of all this had to decide to eat what they found rather than throw it away. Remove any one of those steps, change any one of those decisions, and you don't get cheese. You get a different world, one where the Roman legions marched on different rations, where medieval monasteries experimented with different fermentation projects, where the nutritional history of Europe unfolds along a different trajectory, where Wisconsin is just a place with a lot of cows and no particular cultural identity to speak of. The domestication of goats and sheep, which set the whole chain in motion, occurred in the Zagros Mountains of what is now western Iran and southeastern Turkey, somewhere between 10 and 11,000 years ago. Archaeological evidence from sites like Ganj Dareh in Iran shows the unmistakable skeletal signatures of managed herds, animals being culled at specific ages, populations being controlled, the gradual shift from wild to domesticated bone morphology that distinguish a managed herd from a hunted one. These early herders were not keeping animals for milk initially. The primary value of domesticated goats and sheep in the earliest period was almost certainly meat, and secondarily leather and wool. Milking came later, as a secondary exploitation of animals that were already being kept, and the evidence for when it began and how widespread it became is preserved in those fat residue traces on ancient pottery that archaeologists spend considerable effort analysing. It's worth pausing on what a fundamental shift in human-animal relations the decision to milk an animal represents. A sheep or a goat does not, under normal circumstances, want to be milked by a human. The milk is produced for the offspring, and the animal's natural inclination is to direct it toward that offspring and resist interference from anything else. Early herders who began milking their animals were therefore engaged in a daily negotiation, or, more accurately, a daily imposition, that required managing the animal's behaviour, ensuring the young were kept close enough to stimulate milk, production but not so close that they consumed everything, and developing the physical techniques and handling skills that made the process possible at all. This is not simple or obvious. It is a learned skill that had to be developed, practiced, and passed on, and in the beginning it almost certainly produced limited, unpredictable results. The idea of milking being routine and efficient came after many generations of figuring out how to make it routine and efficient. But once milking was established and regular, the problem of what to do with the milk immediately presented itself, because fresh milk does not keep. In a warm climate, it begins to sour within hours. In the ancient world, without refrigeration, without pasteurization, and without any reliable means of keeping things cold, fresh milk was a deeply perishable commodity. What you couldn't drink immediately was going to become a problem by the end of the day. Fermentation and acidification of raw milk happen naturally and quickly. Bacteria already present in the milk begin consuming the lactose, producing lactic acid as a byproduct, souring the milk and eventually causing the proteins to coagulate. This process, left completely unmanaged, produces something unappetizing and potentially unsafe. But guided, even intuitively, even accidentally, it produces yogurt, kefir, or cheese. The human management of spontaneous fermentation is one of the oldest food technologies in existence, and it began precisely because people needed a way to deal with milk that was going off before they could drink it. The stomach pouch discovery, or something very much like it, provided the key element that separates cheese specifically from other fermented dairy products: rennet, the enzymatic coagulant that produces a firm, well-separated curd rather than the looser, more liquid consistency of spontaneously acidified milk. Rennet-set curds could be cut, pressed, and drained far more efficiently. They produced a more uniform, more stable, more protein-dense product. And once people understood, even without understanding why, that certain containers and certain conditions produced this superior result, the intentional production of rennet-set cheese became possible. The technology was in place. The applications would take the next several thousand years to fully develop. What makes this early cheese culture particularly fascinating from a civilizational standpoint is where it sits in the timeline of human development. The domestication of livestock, the beginning of dairy farming, and the accidental discovery of cheese-making all occurred in the same broad period that also saw the development of agriculture, the first permanent human settlements, the emergence of the earliest urban centers, and the beginning of long-distance trade. These developments were not coincidental, they were interconnected. Settled communities needed reliable food sources. Reliable food sources encouraged and enabled settlement. Preserved, transportable, nutritionally concentrated foods like cheese made it possible to support larger populations in fixed locations and to supply workers and soldiers who were engaged in the kinds of large-scale collective projects that civilization runs on. The first cities were built by people who had enough to eat because they had figured out how to store and concentrate food, and cheese was part of that equation earlier than most people realize. The protein concentration alone, that sevenfold increase over raw milk, had cascading effects on what communities could accomplish. Protein is not just a dietary building block in the abstract muscle-building sense that modern fitness culture has made it famous. It's a fundamental requirement for sustained physical labor, for cognitive function, for immune health, for growth and development in children. Populations with reliable access to high-quality protein can do things that protein-deficient populations cannot. Build more, travel further, fight harder, think more clearly over sustained periods of effort. This is not romantic speculation about nutrition and human potential. It's the basic biology of what protein does in the human body, applied to the practical realities of what ancient communities needed to accomplish. A village with access to a reliable supply of aged cheese had a significant nutritional advantage over one without it, and nutritional advantages, compounded over generations, translate into civilizational advantages. None of the people making cheese in the ancient Fertile Crescent or Egypt or early Europe were thinking about any of this in these terms, of course. They were thinking about whether there was enough to eat for the winter, whether the herd was healthy, whether this particular batch had turned out better or worse than the last one, and whether it was worth adding a bit more salt this time to see if that helped it keep longer. The grand civilizational implications of their daily work were entirely invisible to them, as the civilizational implications of most people's daily work tend to be. But the cumulative effect of all those small, practical, pragmatic decisions, carried out by people who were just trying to get enough to eat and store enough to get through the lean season, was a food technology that would eventually travel with armies, underwrite economies, reshape the geography of flavor, and end up being analyzed by food scientists in Waupun, Wisconsin, with equipment that would have looked like complete witchcraft to the person who first accidentally curdled milk in a goat stomach somewhere in ancient Iran. The gap between those 2 points, the accidental curdled milk and the 400,000 pounds of daily production, is the gap that the rest of this story fills in. It's a gap crossed by Roman soldiers marching through Gaul with wheels of hard cheese in their packs, by medieval monks experimenting with rind-washing techniques in monastery cellars, by Alpine farmers paying their feudal obligations in rounds of Gruyere instead of coins, by Italian cities sending wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano to papal courts as diplomatic gifts, by an ambitious young man named James Kraft starting a cheese delivery business in Chicago with $65 and a horse named Paddy, and ending up changing the way an entire continent eats. Each of these moments in the long history of cheese is a thread in the same fabric that started unspooling somewhere in the mountains of western Iran, 10,000 years ago, when a very tired herder reached into their travel container and found something unexpected waiting for them inside. The scale of what cheese eventually became is almost impossible to fit inside a single perspective. Today, the global cheese market is valued at somewhere north of $100 billion annually. More than 20 million tons of cheese are produced worldwide every year. There are more name varieties of cheese in existence than most people could list in an hour of concentrated effort, ranging from intensely funky, soft-ripened styles that smell like the inside of a very old shoe to hard, crystalline aged varieties that have been slowly transforming in temperature-controlled caves for 2 or 3 years. There are cheeses made from the milk of cows, goats, sheep, water buffalo, yaks, camels, and horses. There are cheeses that are legally protected under international trade law, cheeses that are technically illegal to import across certain borders, cheeses that have their own dedicated festivals and competitions and international judging panels that take the whole thing extremely seriously. And underneath all of it, underneath the centuries of refinement, the regional traditions, the protected designations, the food science, the marketing, the cultural mythology, and the very earnest wine pairing recommendations, there is still, at the most basic level, exactly what that ancient herder found at the bottom of their stomach pouch. Curds, separated from whey, made from milk, by bacteria, in a container, more or less by accident. The world has had 8,000 years to build on top of that accident, and it has used the time reasonably well. There is a version of Roman history that focuses on the engineering genius of aqueducts, the political sophistication of the Senate, the military innovations of the legion formation, and the remarkable administrative machinery that held together an empire stretching from Scotland to Mesopotamia for centuries. That version is accurate and well documented. There is another version, less frequently told, that focuses on what the soldiers who actually built and maintained that empire were eating for lunch, and that version is considerably more interesting from a food perspective and only marginally less important from a historical one. The Roman legionary was, by the standards of the ancient world, extraordinarily well supplied. This was not accidental generosity, it was military doctrine. Roman commanders understood with a clarity that was not universal among ancient military leaders that an army fights on its stomach before it fights with its sword, and that a soldier who is malnourished, exhausted by hunger, and mentally preoccupied with where his next meal is coming from is a soldier who makes mistakes in exactly the situations where mistakes cannot be afforded. The Roman military supply system, the logistics apparatus that fed, equipped, and sustained legions operating thousands of miles from Rome, was one of the most sophisticated organizational achievements of the ancient world, and it has received considerably less romantic attention than the battles it enabled, which is a shame because the logistics are genuinely impressive. The core of the Roman soldier's diet was grain, specifically wheat, which was processed into hard biscuit, flatbread, or porridge depending on circumstances and available equipment. Grain was calorie-dense, reasonably stable if kept dry, and could be produced and transported in massive quantities. A standard legion of roughly 5,000 men consumed an enormous amount of grain daily, and the Roman Empire invested heavily in the infrastructure, roads, granaries, river transport, organized procurement from agricultural provinces to keep that grain flowing. The grain supply was the backbone of Roman military logistics, and when it failed, which happened occasionally and always catastrophically, the consequences for campaign performance were immediate and severe. But grain alone, even in adequate quantities, does not make an army fully functional. Grain is predominantly carbohydrate. It provides energy, but it provides relatively little protein, and protein is what builds and repairs muscle tissue, what supports immune function, what keeps a soldier physically capable of carrying roughly 45 kilograms of equipment across 20 miles a day in all weather conditions, which is what Roman legionaries were expected to do on campaign. A man doing that kind of sustained physical work on a pure grain diet will begin to deteriorate in ways that become militarily significant over the course of a long campaign. Roman military planners knew this from experience, if not from any theoretical nutritional framework, and they addressed it through the deliberate incorporation of high-protein, shelf-stable supplementary rations. Foremost among these was cheese, the specific variety that appears most consistently in the historical and archaeological record of Roman military provisioning is a hard, salted, pressed sheep's milk cheese that is recognizable as the direct ancestor of what we now call pecorino, Romano. Pecorino means simply of sheep, and Romano indicates the Roman tradition from which it descends, though the modern appellation-controlled version of the product is actually made primarily in Sardinia today, which is one of those geographical ironies that food history occasionally produces without apparent shame. The ancient version would have been even harder, even saltier, and even more aggressively pressed than the commercial Pecorino Romano available today, because it needed to survive conditions that would be challenging even for well-packaged modern provisions, and the Romans were not providing individual climate-controlled cheese storage for each legionary. It went in the pack, it got jostled and compressed and exposed to whatever temperature the campaign territory happened to offer, and it needed to remain both edible and nutritious throughout. The properties that made this hard sheep's milk cheese so well suited to military deployment were the same properties that made it somewhat austere as a table food by the standards of Roman civilian dining, which among the wealthier classes had become quite elaborate and included opinions about cheese that would not look entirely out of place in a modern artisan fromagerie. The military variety was dry, which meant low moisture content and therefore reduced biological activity, which meant slower spoilage. It was heavily salted, both during production and often as a finishing treatment, which further inhibited the growth of spoilage organisms. It had been pressed under substantial weight to expel as much whey as possible, producing a dense, firm texture that held its shape under physical stress and didn't simply crumble into paste at the bottom of a soldier's kit. Under reasonable conditions, these wheels and blocks could remain edible for months, and in the mountain campaigns of Gaul, the desert reaches of North Africa, or the damp frontier zones of Britannia, reasonable conditions was a fairly generous term that the Roman military largely chose to interpret optimistically. The standard daily ration for a Roman legionary on campaign included approximately 27 grams of hard cheese per day. This sounds modest, and by volume it was, a piece roughly the size of a small matchbox. But 27 grams of hard-aged sheep's milk cheese delivers around 8 to 9 grams of protein, a meaningful quantity of fat, and a useful dose of calcium. Multiplied across a full legion, the daily cheese requirement was substantial, and managing the procurement and distribution of that supply was a genuine administrative challenge that the Roman military met through a combination of pre-campaign stockpiling, organised purchase from local producers along the route of march, and, when necessary, requisition from provincial populations in ways that the provincial populations tended to experience as considerably more stressful than a commercial transaction. What made cheese particularly valuable in the logistical architecture of Roman campaigns was where it could go that other high-protein supplies couldn't. Live animals, sheep, goats, cattle driven along with the army as walking protein reserves, were one solution to the protein problem, but they were slow, they required constant management and feeding, they were noisy, they consumed valuable water, and they didn't particularly thrive on forced marches through difficult terrain. Dried and salted meat was another option, but it was heavier per unit of protein than hard cheese, and the salt required to preserve it adequately in warm climates was itself a significant logistical commodity. Legumes, lentils, chickpeas, dried beans, provided vegetable protein and travelled well but required extended cooking times that were not always available during active campaigning. Hard cheese, by contrast, required no preparation, no water, no cooking equipment, no management and no special handling. You put it in the pack in the morning and you ate it at the midday rest, and that was the entire process. For an army designed to move fast and strike hard, that simplicity had genuine operational value. The reach of Roman military campaigns means that cheese, carried in legionary packs, travelled to places where it had never previously existed as a concept. Britain, before Roman conquest, had a dairy tradition, but nothing resembling the organised production of hard, aged, pressed cheese in the Roman style. Gaul had cheese. Celtic dairy traditions were well established in what is now France and the surrounding regions, but Roman military presence and the commercial networks that followed the army introduced new production techniques, new aging methods and new market demand. The agricultural populations of Roman provinces were often encouraged, and sometimes compelled, to produce specific food commodities for military provisioning, and the result was that Roman military demand actively shaped the dairy agriculture of large parts of Western Europe. The cheese traditions of regions like Normandy, the Loire Valley and parts of Switzerland did not simply emerge from local pastoral culture alone. They were partly formed by what Rome needed and was willing to pay for, or occasionally just take. The Roman writers themselves had opinions about cheese, which they expressed with the particular confidence that Roman writers tended to apply to all topics. Columella, a first-century agricultural writer whose 12-volume work on farming is one of the most comprehensive documents of Roman agricultural practice, devoted considerable attention to cheese production, covering everything from the selection of appropriate rennet. He recommended using wild artichoke flour, fig sap, or lamb stomach, to the proper management of aging and the characteristics of good versus poor quality product. His descriptions suggest a civilian cheese culture of some sophistication, with producers paying attention to milk quality, seasonal variation, production timing, and aging conditions. The military supply chain operated at lower quality thresholds than Columela's ideal, because military supply chains always do, but the same fundamental knowledge base underpinned both. The soldier eating his daily ration of hard pecorino on the banks of the Rhine was eating a simplified, scaled-up version of the same tradition that produced the fine-aged cheeses that Roman patricians discussed over dinner. Pliny the Elder, who managed the impressive intellectual feat of being simultaneously one of the ancient world's most prolific writers and a naval commander who died trying to get a closer look at the eruption of Vesuvius, which tells you something. About his judgment, but also about his character, also wrote about cheese in his encyclopedic Natural History. He noted regional varieties from across the empire, commented on production methods, and observed with the casual matter-of-factness of a man who has seen most of the known world that the Gauls and the people of the Alps made particularly good cheeses which the Romans imported and consumed in quantity. This is a slightly startling observation if you think about it for a moment. The empire that was at the time militarily occupying large portions of what is now France and Switzerland was also buying their cheese and finding it quite good. Cultural exchange has always operated on its own timeline, largely indifferent to whatever the armies are doing. The Roman road network, which was built primarily for military movement and communication, became simultaneously one of the most important commercial infrastructure systems in Western history, and among the many things that moved along those roads in the centuries of high imperial activity were food commodities including cheese. The roads connected regions with different agricultural profiles and different dairy traditions, creating for the first time in European history the conditions for a genuine interregional cheese trade. Wheels produced in the Alps could reach urban markets in Rome or Milan or Lyon in a matter of days on well-maintained road surfaces with organised relay stations. This was not a trivial achievement. Before the Roman road network, food trade was largely local, constrained by the time and cost of transport over poor terrain. The roads changed that calculation significantly, and one of the beneficiaries was the cheese trade, which began to operate at a scale and over distances that would have been simply impossible a few centuries earlier. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century CE, which historians mark conventionally at 476 CE, when the last Roman emperor in the West was deposited by the German chieftain Odoacer with minimal fanfare, it was, by the standards of imperial endings, rather undramatic, disrupted a great many things, but it did not disrupt the cheese. The dairy traditions that Rome had helped establish, standardize, and spread across Western Europe were embedded in the agricultural practice and daily life of populations that persisted long after the administrative apparatus that had organized them ceased to function. The monks and farmers and herders who continued to make cheese in the post-Roman world were drawing on knowledge and practices that Roman agricultural influence had helped shape, and they would go on, over the following centuries, to develop that tradition in directions that Rome itself had never imagined. The empire fell, the cheese endured. As transitions of civilizational power go, this one had a reasonably appetizing legacy. Medieval Europe had a money problem. This is not immediately obvious from the historical distance of several centuries, where the Middle Ages tend to appear as a coherent period with its own internal logic, but from inside the period itself, the practical difficulty of conducting economic life with an inadequate, unreliable, geographically fragmented and frequently debased supply of coinage was a constant and deeply inconvenient feature of daily existence. Not everyone had coins, not everyone trusted the coins that were available, not everyone lived in a place where coins were regularly used at all. Large portions of the medieval European population conducted their entire economic lives in forms of exchange that involved no metal currency whatsoever, and into that gap stepped, among other things, cheese. The concept of cheese as a medium of exchange sounds whimsical when stated in isolation, the kind of thing that gets mentioned in illustrated histories of food to add colour, before moving on to something more serious. But the extent to which cheese functioned as a genuine economic instrument in medieval Europe, not just as barter for small local transactions, but as a recognised, standardised, institutionally accepted form of value, is considerably more substantial than the whimsical framing suggests. It was not simply that people occasionally traded cheese for other goods when coins were unavailable. It was that cheese, in specific regions and specific periods, functioned with many of the properties that economists use to define money. It was a recognised store of value, a medium of exchange, a unit of account, and to a meaningful degree, it was. Portable, durable, and relatively standardized in ways that made it useful for transactions at multiple scales. To understand why cheese emerged as this kind of economic instrument, you need to understand the conditions of medieval Alpine and northern Italian agricultural life, which were defined by a set of constraints that shaped everything about how these communities organized themselves. The landscape of the Alps, those dramatic, beautiful, genuinely inconvenient mountains that divide the Italian peninsula from Central Europe, is not uniformly habitable. The valleys and lower slopes support permanent settlement and mixed agriculture. The high meadows above the tree line are extraordinarily productive as summer pasture, but completely uninhabitable in winter. Medieval Alpine communities developed over centuries the practice of transhumance, moving livestock, primarily cattle, but also sheep and goats, up to the high summer pastures in late spring, maintaining them there through the summer months when the grass was at its most abundant and nutritious, and then bringing them back down in autumn before the mountain winter made the high pastures inaccessible and dangerous. This seasonal movement created a dairy production problem and a dairy production opportunity simultaneously. The opportunity was that summer pasture grass in the high Alps is genuinely exceptional, rich, diverse, full of wildflowers and herbs that give milk produced from it a complexity and flavour that flatland grass simply cannot match. The problem was that the high pastures were far from markets and permanent settlements. The summer season was limited. The milk produced had to be dealt with on site because transporting large quantities of liquid milk down treacherous mountain paths was not feasible, and you couldn't drink everything the cows produced even if you tried. The solution was to make cheese, immediately, on site, in the high pasture dairy huts that Alpine communities built precisely for this purpose, and to make it in a form that would survive the journey down the mountain and the subsequent months, before it was consumed or traded. The result was the evolution of large-format hard cheeses, the Alpine tradition that gave rise to Gruyère, Emmental, Appenzeller and their relatives, specifically engineered by generations of Alpine dairymen to have the properties required by their situation. Large wheels, sometimes weighing 30 or 40 kilograms, maximized the ratio of aging interior to exposed rind, reducing spoilage risk. Long aging times, months, sometimes over a year, produced a product that was shelf-stable and only improved in complexity and intensity over time. High salt content, achieved through brining or rubbing, controlled moisture and inhibited unwanted microbial activity. The result was a product that could be produced in bulk during the summer abundance, transported down the mountain in autumn, stored through the winter, and consumed or traded over the following year. A reliable, predictable, physically robust form of concentrated stored value that happened to also be delicious. In the feudal system of medieval Switzerland and the surrounding Alpine regions, the relationship between mountain farming communities and the lords or ecclesiastical institutions that claimed overlordship over their lands was expressed partly through the payment of dues, which were often denominated in kind, that is, in actual goods rather than coins. The specific goods in which dues were paid reflected local agricultural production, and in Alpine regions that meant dairy products, primarily cheese. Swiss historical records from the 12th and 13th centuries document cheese payments being made to local lords, monasteries, and episcopal authorities in quantities that were carefully specified and recorded, not as informal barter arrangements but as legally recognized obligations with defined units. A community might owe its lord a certain number of wheels of cheese of specified size and quality per year, assessed on the basis of how many cows were pastured on the high meadows, which was itself a recognized unit of productive capacity. This was not casual exchange. It was a formalized system of fiscal obligation expressed in dairy terms, which the parties involved treated with exactly the same seriousness as coin payments in regions where coin payments were the norm. The cheese wheel, in this context, had several properties that made it functionally excellent as a unit of account. A wheel of Alpine hard cheese produced by a given community was reasonably standardized in size, weight, and quality, not perfectly standardized by modern industrial standards, but consistent enough to be recognizable and accessible. It was physically robust enough to be transported, stored, and inspected without significant deterioration. It was universally recognized as valuable. Everyone needed to eat. Cheese was a high-quality protein source that couldn't easily be produced domestically in regions without access to good pasture, and the Alpine varieties in particular had a reputation for quality that made them desirable beyond the immediate region. And unlike many agricultural products that were highly seasonal and perishable, a well-made hard cheese maintained or even increased its value over the first year or two of aging, which gave it a genuinely interesting property as a store of value. You could hold it without it depreciating rapidly. The Italian dimension of this story is both grander in scale and more meticulously documented, because Italy in the medieval period had a more developed urban economy, a more sophisticated merchant culture, and a much longer tradition of written record-keeping than most of northern Europe. The specific cheese at the centre of the Italian medieval economy was Parmigiano, the hard, granular, intensely flavoured sheep and cow's milk cheese from the Po Valley, particularly the areas around Parma, Reggio Emilia and Modena, whose production history is documented in monastic and municipal records dating back to the 12th century. Modern Parmigiano Reggiano, with its legally protected designation of origin and strict production rules, is the direct descendant of this medieval product, and it has the documentary history to prove it. The Benedictine monasteries of the Po Valley region were among the most important early producers of Parmigiano-style cheese, and this was not coincidental. Monastic institutions in medieval Europe were among the most sophisticated agricultural managers of their time, with access to substantial land holdings, a disciplined labour force, long institutional memory, and crucially, the Latin literacy that allowed them to maintain written production records and consult agricultural texts from the classical tradition. They also had a particular incentive to develop high-quality, shelf-stable food products, because monastic communities needed to provision themselves for the long periods of fasting that the liturgical calendar imposed, during which meat was forbidden but cheese was permitted. A cheese that kept for 2 years and continued to improve in flavour over that time was not just commercially valuable, it was liturgically convenient. The economic historian Carlo Cipolla, working in the mid-20th century on the commercial history of medieval Italy, documented with considerable care how Parmigiano cheese functioned in the commercial networks of northern Italy between roughly 1100 and 1400 CE. What he found was that cheese in this period was genuinely integrated into the commercial and financial life of the region in ways that went beyond simple commodity trade. Cheese was accepted as security for loans. A merchant borrowing money could pledge a quantity of aging cheese as collateral, with the lender taking physical custody of the wheels until the debt was repaid. Cheese was used in settlement of debts between trading parties. Cheese was donated to civic and ecclesiastical institutions as gifts that had acknowledged monetary value, and the receipt of such gifts was recorded in institutional accounts as income. And Parmigiano in particular was involved in a trade that had genuine long-distance commercial significance. Northern Italian cheese was being exported to other parts of Europe, through the Alpine passes and via Mediterranean sea routes, and the proceeds of those exports were flowing back into the regional economy as coin or as credit. The mechanism by which this worked is worth understanding in some detail, because it demonstrates how cheese had moved far beyond its origins as a practical food preservation technique and into the realm of financial instrument. A northern Italian merchant or banking family, and the great banking houses of Lombardy and Tuscany, were among the most sophisticated financial operators in the medieval world, might accept a quantity of aging Parmigiano as payment for goods or services, or as partial settlement of a debt. They could then hold that cheese as a store of value. It would keep, it would not depreciate for at least a year or two, and in a period of monetary instability, that stability was genuinely valuable. Alternatively, they could sell it forward, agreeing to deliver a specific quantity of cheese at a future date at an agreed price, a transaction that functions in modern financial terms as a commodity forward contract. Or they could use it as collateral to raise liquidity for other operations. The sophistication of this is not trivial. Medieval Italian merchants were effectively conducting commodity banking, with cheese as the underlying asset. The papal connection is one of the most striking illustrations of how seriously the institutional medieval world took cheese as a form of valuable. The papal court at Avignon, which operated from 1309 to 1377, during the period when a succession of French popes moved the papacy from Rome to the south of France, in a development that the Romans found irritating and that historians call the Avignon papacy, received regular deliveries of Parmigiano from northern Italian cities and nobles as official gifts. These were not casual food presents, the medieval equivalent of bringing a bottle of wine to dinner. They were formal diplomatic and economic transactions, recorded in papal household accounts with the same care as coin payments, and they served the same function as other forms of tribute, acknowledging the authority of the recipient, creating awe, maintaining goodwill and transferring real value in a form that the recipient found useful and could convert into other resources. The papacy, with its enormous household to provision and its complex web of political relationships across Christian Europe, had ample use for large quantities of high-quality, shelf-stable, prestigious cheese, and the Italian cities that sent it were making a calculated investment in their relationship with one of the most powerful institutions in Europe. Not bad for fermented milk. The monetary function of cheese in medieval Europe was not, of course, uniform across the continent or across time. In regions with active coin circulation and developed commercial infrastructure, the major trading cities of Flanders, the Hanseatic League towns of the Baltic coast, the great fair towns of Champagne, cheese was primarily a commodity like any other, bought and sold for coin by merchants operating in organized markets. The cheese as currency phenomenon was most pronounced in regions where the coin economy was thin, where long distances separated producers from markets, where agricultural production was specialized and therefore created surpluses of specific goods, and where the physical properties of the relevant cheese, durability, standardizability, universal value, made it well suited to the economic role. The Alps and the Po Valley were the epicenter of this phenomenon, but versions of it existed wherever similar conditions obtained. In England, the records of medieval manors show cheese payments being made to landlords and to workers, cheese being stored in specific chambers designated for that purpose and valued in household accounts, and cheese being included in formal lists of goods seized in legal disputes or transferred in property transactions. English manorial cheese was generally softer and less standardized than Alpine or Italian varieties, which limited its monetary function somewhat. A product that varies widely in quality and doesn't keep reliably is harder to use as a unit of account than one that is consistent and durable, but the principle was the same. Cheese was recognized value, and where it could be rendered sufficiently consistent and stable, it functioned as more than food. The Scandinavian countries had their own cheese traditions and their own forms of dairy-based economic exchange. In Norway in particular, a soft caramel-coloured whey cheese called brunost has roots in medieval dairy practice, and historical records document dairy products including cheese being used in tax and tribute payments to local authorities and the crown. Viking Age Norse society, which preceded the medieval period proper but whose economic patterns persisted into it, combined a coin economy with a robust tradition of commodity-based exchange, and dairy products occupied an important place in the commodity side of that dual system. What's particularly striking about the monetary function of cheese in medieval Europe is what it tells us about the qualities required for something to serve as money in a pre-modern economy. Modern monetary theory tends to focus on official issuance, legal tender status, and state backing as the foundations of money's value and function. But in the medieval world, where state capacity to enforce monetary systems was limited, where coin quality was unreliable, and where large portions of the population had limited access to official currency, what actually functioned as money was whatever people agreed had stable, recognized value and could be exchanged, stored, and measured in consistent units. Cheese qualified, gold and silver qualified, certain textiles qualified. Grain qualified in some contexts but failed the durability test over longer periods. Livestock qualified but failed the divisibility test. You can't give someone half a cow as change. Cheese managed to satisfy enough of the functional requirements that it genuinely served monetary purposes across a substantial geography and a period of several centuries, which is not something that gets said about many foods. The cheese as currency tradition was not absolute or permanent. As the European economy became more monetized over the course of the high medieval and early modern periods, as trade networks expanded, as coinage became more reliable and more widely available, as the banking systems of northern Italy and later, the Netherlands and England developed instruments that made financial transactions easier to conduct over distance. The practical necessity of using cheese as a medium of exchange diminished. By the 15th and 16th centuries, the great wheels of Alpine cheese and the aging vats of Po Valley Parmigiano were primarily commercial commodities in a recognizable market economy, not fiscal instruments in a system of tribute and barter. The cheese didn't change much. The economy around it did. But the infrastructure that the cheese economy had helped build and maintain, the Alpine dairy traditions, the production methods, the regional specializations, the trade routes, the institutional relationships between producers and religious and secular authorities did not disappear. It transformed. The monasteries that had produced and traded cheese for economic reasons continued to refine their methods for reasons that were increasingly about quality and reputation, rather than mere survival. The merchants who had traded cheese as a commodity continued to develop the networks and expertise that would eventually produce the organized specialty food trade. And the physical product itself, those large aging wheels of Alpine and Italian hard cheese, continued to accumulate the centuries of accumulated practice and regional identity that would eventually become what we now call protected designations. Of origin, the formal legal recognition that these cheeses are not just food but geographical and cultural documents. That story, the story of how cheese became an expression of place, begins precisely in the traditions that the medieval economy of cheese as currency helped to sustain. If you had to nominate the most unlikely group of people to revolutionize the sensory experience of food, medieval monks would probably not be the first candidates that came to mind. These were men who had taken formal vows of poverty, who ate in silence while someone read scripture aloud at mealtimes, who wore the same rough woolen habit every day of their lives, and who organized their entire existence around a schedule of prayer that began before dawn and continued at regular intervals through the night. Pleasure in the worldly sense was explicitly not the point. Transcendence was the point, and transcendence generally didn't require a particularly nuanced understanding of bacterial cultures and rind maturation. And yet, somehow, it was precisely this group, these deliberately unworldly, liturgically preoccupied, aesthetically austere communities of men, who produced some of the most extraordinary advances in the history of flavor that Western civilization has ever seen. The explanation for this paradox, once you understand the particular constraints and resources of monastic life, is actually not that complicated. It has to do with time, stability, record-keeping, and a dietary calendar that created very specific problems requiring very creative solutions. But it also has to do with something more fundamental, the fact that the monastery, in the medieval world, was one of the very few institutions that combined all the necessary ingredients for systematic experimentation, not just physical ingredients, like milk and salt and bacteria, but institutional ingredients like institutional memory, written documentation, disciplined labor, and the long time horizons that allow you to observe the results of a process that unfolds over months or years. Most medieval people were too occupied with immediate survival to experiment. Monks, paradoxically, were not. The Benedictine rule, written by St. Benedict of Nursia in the 6th century CE, is a document that anyone interested in the history of European food culture should probably read at some point. Not because it says much directly about food, it doesn't beyond specifying fairly austere dietary guidelines, but because it establishes the organizational framework that made monastic food innovation possible. The rule prescribes a daily schedule of prayer, work, and study that turns the monastery into a kind of highly efficient collective farm with built-in quality control. The labor requirement, ora et labora, pray and work, in the famous formulation, meant that monastic communities were self-provisioning agricultural enterprises with a disciplined workforce that worked not for individual profit but for collective sustenance. The study and literacy requirements meant that what was observed and learned could be written down and preserved. And the stability requirement, monks committed to staying in one community for life rather than wandering, meant that the knowledge accumulated in a given monastery didn't walk out the door when any individual monk died or moved on. It stayed in the library, in the cellars, in the practices passed from senior brothers to novices over decades and centuries. This institutional continuity is absolutely critical to understanding why monasteries became the centers of dairy innovation that they did. Making a genuinely exceptional aged cheese is not a project measured in days or weeks. It's measured in months at minimum, often in years. You need to be able to observe what happens when you do something slightly differently, when you add a different liquid to the rind wash, when you adjust the humidity in the aging cave, when you change the timing of the salting, and then wait long, enough to see what effect that change has on the finished product. Then you need to be able to remember what you did, and repeat it, and refine it further. This kind of iterative, long timeline experimentation is extraordinarily difficult for individuals or small family units operating under conditions of economic precarity. It's much more manageable for an institution with a written culture, a stable community, a dedicated production facility, and enough surplus production that a failed experiment doesn't mean anyone goes hungry. Medieval monasteries had all of these things, which is why they dominated the frontier of cheese innovation for the better part of 1,000 years. The specific category of cheese most closely associated with monastic innovation is the washed rind family, a group of cheeses that are distinguished by their treatment during the aging process. While most cheeses are aged in conditions designed to produce a specific natural rind through the activity of whatever organisms the cheese's surface naturally attracts, washed rind cheeses are regularly treated, washed, with a liquid solution that introduces specific bacterial cultures to the outer surface and maintains a particular moisture level that those bacteria require to thrive. The liquids used for rind washing historically included beer, ale, wine, marc and other grape spirits, local brine, and in some cases whey from other cheese production. The choice of washing liquid was partly practical. You used what was abundantly available in your particular monastic setting, and partly over time deliberate, as producers learned that different liquids produce distinctly different results on the rind and therefore different aromatic profiles in the finished cheese. The key organisms in washed rind cheese production are a group of bacteria loosely referred to as Brevibacteria and related species, particularly Brevibacterium linens, a name that will come up again in a later chapter in a slightly surprising context. These bacteria require moisture and relatively warm temperatures to thrive, and they produce as metabolic byproducts a range of sulfurous, ammonia-like, and fatty acid compounds that give washed rind cheeses their characteristic pungency. To put it plainly, these cheeses smell strong, sometimes very strong, sometimes aggressively, confrontationally strong, the kind of strong that causes people to look around the room wondering who left something in a bag. This was not, one imagines, the initial sensory experience that the monks were aiming for. But what they discovered, whether by intention or by the kind of happy accident that had driven so much dairy innovation before them, was that the flavour of the interior of these pungent cheeses bore little relationship to the intimidating performance of the exterior. The paste, the interior body of a properly made washed rind cheese, tends to be mild, creamy, richly savoury, and deeply complex in ways that much more innocuous-smelling cheeses cannot achieve. The smell is essentially the cheese's security system, put there seemingly to keep the less adventurous away. It's worth noting that the monks who developed these techniques had no knowledge of the specific microbiology involved. They had no idea what Brevibacterium linens was, or that it existed as a distinct organism, or that organisms of that type were responsible for the transformation they were observing. What they had was empirical knowledge. They knew that washing the rind with beer produced results that differed from washing with brine, that more frequent washing produced a stickier, more orange-hued rind, that aging in a cooler versus warmer cellar produced different aromatic developments, that the cheeses that smelled the most alarming at intermediate stages of aging often tasted the best when fully mature. They knew these things the way all pre-scientific practitioners of a craft know things, through observation, through repetition, through accumulated experience that was eventually codified into practice and passed on to the next generation of cellarmen. The Abbey of Maroilles in what is now northern France, operating in the Thiérache region near the Belgian border, which is not typically the first place that comes to mind in discussions of great French food culture, is generally credited as the origin of Maroilles cheese, one of the oldest documented washed rind cheeses with a continuous production history. The monastery's founding dates to the 7th century CE, and there are references in later medieval documents to the abbey, producing a distinctive washed rind cheese that was sent as tribute to various secular and ecclesiastical authorities, including at various points the court of the Counts of Flanders, who apparently received it without immediately regifting it, which suggests it was genuinely valued. Maroilles is a small, square, orange-rinded cheese with a beefy, savoury, lingering flavour that is rather more intense than its modest physical size suggests. It is still produced in the same region today, still using washed rind techniques that descend from the medieval monastic tradition, and it remains one of the more aggressively aromatic experiences available in a good French fromagerie, something that the monks of the original abbey would presumably regard as either a point of pride or a cause for prayer, depending on temperament. The Belgian and northern French abbeys produced a range of related washtrein styles over the medieval period, and the tradition eventually spread south and east into what is now Germany and Switzerland. The Abbey of Munster in Alsace, operating in the Vosges Mountains in the region that has historically been fought over by France and Germany with considerable regularity, and which has therefore developed a food culture that is distinctly its own, produced the ancestor of Munster cheese, a washtrein variety that is legally protected today and continues to be made in the Vosges by methods that trace their lineage directly to the monastic cellars of the medieval period. Munster has a rind that can achieve a colour somewhere between terracotta and deep amber, a smell that carries some distance in an enclosed space, and a flavour that is buttery, earthy, and substantially more nuanced than the smell experience alone would lead you to expect. This is in essence the standard promise of the washtrein family. The smell is not the preview it appears to be. The Trappist tradition, the austere reform movement within Benedictine monasticism that produced the order formerly known as the Cistercians of the Strict Observance, contributed its own substantial chapter to the washtrein story, and it did so, with a particular institutional rigour that produced some remarkably consistent results. Trappist monasteries historically brewed their own ale as a primary source of sustenance during fasting periods, and the ready availability of ale within monastic walls made it a natural candidate for rind-washing experiments. The ale-washed cheeses that developed in Trappist communities have a characteristic savoury, slightly yeasty quality that distinguishes them from cheeses washed with wine or brine, and several of the most historically significant Trappist cheeses developed reputations that extended far beyond the walls of the monasteries that produced them. The Abbey of Orval in the Belgian Ardennes, the monastery of Chimay, whose beer brand is now better known internationally than most of its medieval cheese production, and various other Cistercian and Benedictine houses throughout the Low Countries. And the Rhineland developed washtrein cheeses during this period that were traded regionally, and that influenced cheesemaking practice in surrounding secular communities. The influence worked both ways. Secular dairymen learned techniques from monastic practitioners, and monasteries adapted and refined their methods based on what they observed, succeeding in the broader cheese market. The medieval dairy world, like most medieval worlds once you look closely enough at it, was considerably more interconnected and mutually influential than the image of isolated monks working alone in cellars might suggest. What the monks brought to this exchange that secular producers generally could not match was the systematic documentation and institutional memory already described, and something else, somewhat harder to quantify, which was the motivation to pursue. Quality beyond mere commercial adequacy. A secular cheesemaker's primary incentive was to produce a product that sold, which meant producing something that met market expectations at a price point that covered costs and generated enough surplus to sustain the operation. This is not a recipe for radical innovation. It's a recipe for meeting expectations efficiently. A monastic cheesemaker's primary stated incentive was the glory of God and the sustenance of the community, which in practice meant an institutional culture that rewarded doing things excellently for their own sake, and that had both the time and the institutional framework to pursue excellence over extended periods. This may sound like a romantic idealization of monastic motivation, and it partly is. Monasteries were also economic actors with financial interests and competitive instincts. But the combination of different incentive structures, different time horizons, and different institutional resources produced, in the area of cheese specifically, a trajectory of quality improvement that secular production alone probably would not have achieved as quickly or as systematically. The blue cheeses represent a second major category of monastic or semi-monastic cheese innovation, though their development is somewhat more geographically specific and involves different organisms than the washtrein tradition. Blue cheeses, defined by the presence of blue or blue-green mold growth throughout the body of the cheese, rather than merely on the surface, require the introduction of specific penicillium molds into the interior of the cheese during production, typically achieved either by inoculating the milk or curds directly with mold cultures, or by piercing the aging cheese with needles or thin skewers to create air channels through which mold can grow. Neither of these techniques is obvious, and their development required both the observation of naturally occurring mold colonization in cheese, which happens spontaneously in cave environments where penicillium spores are present in the air, and the practical experimentation needed to replicate and control it intentionally. The Roquefort tradition, centred on the natural caves of Combloux near the village of Roquefort-sur-Soulzon in the south of France, is the most ancient and most thoroughly documented of the European blue cheese traditions. The Combloux caves have a specific microclimate, cool, consistently humid, with natural ventilation through fissures in the rock called fluorines, that is uniquely hospitable to Penicillium roqueforti, the mould responsible for Roquefort's distinctive blue veining and flavour. Precisely because this cave environment exists in exactly one place, Roquefort is one of the earliest foods in history to have been legally protected by geographic designation. A charter from King Charles VI of France, issued in 1411, granted the inhabitants of Roquefort-sur-Soulzon the exclusive right to ripen cheese in those specific caves, which is possibly the most medieval piece of trade legislation you will encounter in this entire documentary, and also genuinely impressive as an early recognition that place and product were inseparable. The role of ecclesiastical institutions in the Roquefort tradition was somewhat different from the direct monastic production model of the washed-rind cheeses. The caves at Combloux were not monastic property, and the cheese was not primarily made by monks. But the abbeys and priories of the surrounding region were significant early customers, consumers and promoters of Roquefort, and the church's endorsement, or at least enthusiastic consumption, of a luxury food product had the same effect that celebrity endorsement has today, which is to say it was useful for commercial reputation and not unwelcome. The Bishop of Weber, whose episcopal seat was near Roquefort, appears in medieval records as a notable Roquefort customer, which one assumes he regarded as one of the more agreeable aspects of the position. What both the washed rind and blue cheese traditions shared, beyond their monastic or semi-monastic development contexts, was the fundamental insight that the transformation of cheese during aging was not simply a process of drying out and hardening, as might be naively assumed, but an actively biological one involving specific organisms that could be identified, encouraged, managed, and to some degree directed. This insight, that the flavour of a mature cheese was not simply what you put in but what the organisms that colonised it produced, is one of the most significant conceptual advances in the entire history of food production. It represents a shift from passive preservation to active biological management, even if the monks doing the managing had no vocabulary for the microbiology involved and would have described what they were doing in entirely different terms. The cellar, the affinage environment where cheeses aged under human supervision, was the physical setting of this transformation, and the cellar itself was a kind of technology. The specific temperature, humidity, and microbial environment of a given cheese cellar was the product of the building materials, the orientation, the local climate, and the accumulated biological history of the space itself, the specific organisms that had established themselves in the walls, the floor, the wooden shelving, the tools. A well-established cheese cellar was, in microbiological terms, an enormously complex ecosystem, and the particular cheeses produced in it were the product of that ecosystem as much as of the specific techniques applied to them. This is why, when cheesemakers move to a new facility and attempt to reproduce their traditional product, the results are often noticeably different for months or even years, until the new space has developed its own biological maturity. And it's why, in the caves of Roquefort and the cellars of Munster, and the stone-floored aging rooms of various ancient abbeys, the physical continuity of the production environment is considered as essential to the authenticity of the product as the recipe itself. The recipes, of course, were secrets. Medieval monasteries were not in the habit of publishing their operational knowledge for general use, and the specific techniques that made a given abbey's cheese distinctive, the particular washing regime, the source of the starter cultures, the aging protocols, the timing and frequency of various interventions, were institutional property in the most literal sense, known to the brothers responsible for the dairy, and transmitted within the community through direct instruction and practice, rather than written record open to outsiders. The practical effect of this secrecy was that the knowledge remained concentrated in specific institutions for generations, allowing those institutions to maintain competitive advantages in the regional food economy and preventing easy replication by rivals. It also meant that when monasteries were dissolved, as many were, particularly during the Reformation in Northern Europe and during the French Revolution, the specialized knowledge they had accumulated could be lost entirely, which is indeed what happened in a number of cases. The cheeses that survive from the monastic tradition are therefore a somewhat arbitrarily selected sample of what was once a much richer landscape of ecclesiastical dairy production. The dissolution of the monasteries also had an interesting secondary effect. It dispersed monastic dairymen into the secular world, where they carried their knowledge with them. Former lay brothers and secular workers who had learned their craft in monastic dairies went on to establish or work in secular cheese operations, and in some cases the techniques they brought with them seeded new traditions in the surrounding countryside. The washed rind cheeses of Alsace, for example, spread from the original monastic context into village production in the Vosges region, and the peasant and artisan producers who picked up the techniques adapted them to their own circumstances, creating the regional diversity within the Alsatian washed rind tradition that survives today. Knowledge, once it escapes the walls that were keeping it, tends to spread in all directions at once. There is a certain irony in the fact that the monks' dietary restrictions played a direct role in driving their cheese innovations. The Benedictine rules' limitations on meat consumption, particularly the prohibition on the flesh of four-legged animals for able-bodied monks during ordinary periods, and the much stricter fasting rules of Lent and other liturgical seasons, meant that cheese was one of the primary high-protein foods available to monastic communities during significant portions of the year. A community that depends heavily on cheese for its protein needs has, by necessity, a strong incentive to produce the best cheese it can, because variety and quality in cheese mean variety and quality in diet when cheese is the main course. The monks weren't experimenting with rind-washing techniques out of abstract gastronomic curiosity. They were trying to make their mandatory cheese course more interesting after the 14th consecutive day of eating it, which turns out to be an extremely effective motivator for culinary innovation. This connects to a broader pattern in food history that is worth noting. Some of the most significant advances in foodcraft have emerged not from conditions of abundance, but from conditions of constraint. When you have to work with specific limited ingredients under specific immovable conditions, and you need to make the results as good as possible, because the results are what sustains your community, you tend to pay very close attention to every variable you can control. The monks of medieval Europe were working with milk cultures, salt, thyme, and specific cellar environments. They couldn't change the milk very much. It was what their goats and cows produced. They couldn't change the climate. It was what their geography provided. What they could change was how they treated the rind, how frequently they turned the wheels, what they washed the surface with, how long they aged the product, and a dozen other variables that, accumulated over generations of careful observation, produced a tradition of cheese quality that the secular world is still drawing on. The language of flavour that we use today to describe great-aged cheeses, the specific descriptive vocabulary of earthiness, funkiness, barnyard notes, ammonia lift, crystalline texture, long finish, is the vocabulary of a tradition that those monks built without ever having access to it themselves. They tasted the results of their work and they knew good from bad, better from worse, exceptional from merely adequate. They didn't need the language because they had the direct experience. We have the language because we are working from a distance, trying to describe in words what they understood through years of daily proximity to the cellars, the wheels, the moulds, and the slow transformation of milk into something that no one could have predicted from its starting materials alone. That transformation, from liquid to solid, from fresh to complex, from simple to ancient, is what the monastic cheesemakers understood better than anyone before them, and their understanding accumulated in cellar after cellar across 6 centuries of European history is the foundation on which every serious cheese tradition in the Western world still stands. The physical environment of the monastery is also worth considering in more concrete detail, because it shaped the cheese tradition as directly as any deliberate technique. The stone construction of medieval abbey buildings, thick walls, cool interiors, naturally humid cellars carved into hillsides or built beneath the main structures, provided aging conditions that were quite good for cheese by accident as much as by design. Stone maintains temperature with remarkable consistency, which is exactly what you want in an aging environment. The natural humidity of a well-built stone cellar tends to fall in a range that is hospitable to the mould cultures that produce interesting rinds, without being so excessive that it promotes dangerous spoilage. The same properties that made stone construction attractive for churches, durability, thermal mass, the way the material created a sense of cool, separate, contemplative space, made it excellent for aging dairy products, which didn't require contemplation but did require consistent cool and moisture. The monastery was, in this sense, an excellent cheese cellar that also happened to have a chapel attached. The Cistercian reform movement of the 12th century introduced another element that would prove important for dairy innovation: a preference for establishing abbeys in remote, often agriculturally marginal areas rather than in established agricultural landscapes. The Cistercians, sometimes called the White Monks, from their undyed woolen habits, in contrast to the black-habited Benedictines, interpreted the Benedictine ideal of physical labour and self-sufficiency more literally than many earlier monasteries had, and they sought out locations where that self-sufficiency would be genuinely necessary, because nothing was conveniently already there. Remote valleys in Burgundy, mountain sites in Provence, isolated wetlands in England, these were Cistercian territory. Many of these sites turned out to be exceptionally good for specific types of dairy farming, precisely because the marginal agricultural land was better suited to grazing than to cultivation. The Cistercians became, somewhat inadvertently, excellent dairymen, and the cheeses developed in their remote establishments often bore the direct character of those specific, unusual environments in ways that more conventionally sited monasteries could not replicate. The Abbey of Citeaux in Burgundy, the founding house of the entire Cistercian order, established in 1098 by a small group of Benedictine reformers seeking a stricter interpretation of their rule, eventually developed what became known as époisse. Though the exact origins of this particular cheese involve secular village producers as well as monastic practice, and the history is somewhat more tangled than a clean monastic founding narrative would suggest. What is clear is that Burgundy's dairy tradition, shaped by the specific grasses of the Côte d'Or, the stone architecture of its many religious houses, and centuries of accumulated knowledge, produced washed-rind cheeses of extraordinary complexity, and the monastic environment was central to that development, even where the final commercial product was made by lay producers. Knowledge, as previously noted, does not respect institutional walls once it has been allowed to escape them. The question of how monastic cheese innovation spread to secular producers is worth following in some detail, because it illustrates a recurring pattern in the history of food technology. Advanced knowledge developed in one institutional context gets transmitted to a broader population not through formal instruction or publication, but through the movement of people and through imitation. The most common vector was lay workers. Medieval monasteries did not operate entirely with monastic labour. They employed lay brothers, who took a form of vows but occupied a lower status than fully professed monks, and they also frequently employed entirely secular workers for heavy agricultural tasks. These lay workers learned, through proximity and daily work, the techniques practiced in the monastic dairy. When they left monastic service, which happened regularly for any number of reasons, they carried that knowledge into the secular world. A former lay brother who had spent 10 years working in the dairy of a Benedictine abbey understood washed rind technique with the intimacy of daily practice, not as a second-hand account. When he subsequently went to work for a lay cheesemaker or established his own operation, that knowledge went with him. The spread of washed rind cheese production through the dairy regions of what is now Belgium, the Netherlands, northern France, and the Rhineland follows the geography of monastic settlement with a fidelity that is not coincidental. The dense concentration of abbeys in the Low Countries, a region that was, by the standards of the medieval world, extraordinarily well endowed with ecclesiastical institutions per square kilometre, corresponds precisely to a geographical zone, where washed rind cheese traditions became deeply embedded in the regional food culture. Limburg, straddling the modern Dutch-Belgian border, takes its name from the medieval county of Limburg and gives it to one of the most famous washed rind cheeses in the world, Limburger, whose history begins in abbey cellars and whose flavour profile is, to understate the matter, significantly persistent. The cheese was later adopted and commercially produced by German dairies in the 19th century, primarily in the Allgäu region, and became so associated with German-American immigrant communities in the United States that Limburger became practically a cultural symbol of a particular Midwestern immigrant identity, which would have puzzled the Belgian monks who first developed it considerably, if they had possessed any way of knowing. Trappist cheese, as a specific category, deserves its own examination because it represents perhaps the clearest surviving institutional link between medieval monastic dairy practice and modern cheese production. Several Trappist monasteries operating today continue to produce cheese commercially, and in some cases the production methods employed trace reasonably direct lines back to medieval antecedents. The Abbey of Orville, whose beer has achieved considerable international fame, produces a washed rind cheese whose characteristics, the orange gold rind, the creamy interior, the mild but savoury flavour, reflect the specific combination of local milk, local ale for rind washing, and local cellar environment that the monks have been working with for centuries. The Abbey of Notre-Dame de Scourmont, which produces Chimay cheese alongside its much more internationally distributed beer, offers a similar case study, a product shaped by institutional continuity, specific place, and accumulated practice in ways that no industrial producer operating from scratch could easily replicate. What makes these surviving monastic cheese traditions interesting beyond their historical continuity is what they tell us about the relationship between institution and product. A Trappist abbey making cheese today is not doing so primarily for commercial reasons. The monastic economy is structured differently from a normal business, with profit serving the community's needs rather than external shareholders, and with the constraints of monastic life limiting the scale at which production can operate. This means that Trappist cheeses are made in relatively small quantities, with relatively intensive labour, by a community that has both the time to pay attention and the institutional motivation to maintain consistency across decades rather than quarters. The resulting products have a character, a combination of technical competence, regional specificity and restraint in production, that reflects their origins in a tradition designed for something other than efficient commodity production. They are, in that sense, a direct window into what medieval monastic cheese culture was actually trying to achieve, which was not market share but excellence. And the distinction, it turns out, produces genuinely different results. The broader legacy of monastic cheese innovation extends well beyond the specific cheeses and specific techniques that can be traced directly to abbey cellars. It extends to the entire idea of the cheese cellar as a managed environment, the affinage as a skilled profession, the aging process as something that requires active knowledge and judgment rather than simply patience. All of these concepts, now central to artisan cheese culture globally, were developed and refined in the monastic context before they were generalized to secular production. The cheese caves of Roquefort, the washed rind cellars of Alsace, the stone aging rooms that serious cheesemakers still prize today, all of these are expressions of an understanding of the aging environment that was first systematically developed by men who were, in theory, supposed to be thinking about other things entirely, that their preoccupations with prayer, scripture, and the salvation of souls somehow produced, as a side effect, some of the most significant advances in the history of flavour, is one of the more delightful complications that history occasionally offers to anyone paying close enough attention. The 6 centuries between the writing of the Benedictine rule and the high medieval period saw cheese transform from a practical, storable protein source, important, yes, but essentially utilitarian, into something that people sought out for its specific character, its regional distinctiveness, its complexity, and its capacity to improve with time and attention. That transformation didn't happen in any single moment or through any single innovation. It happened in hundreds of cellars, in dozens of religious houses, across a geography that stretched from the Atlantic coast to the Alpine passes, driven by the accumulated small observations and small experiments of men who were mostly thinking about God and whose contributions to cheese culture were, from their perspective, a minor administrative footnote to lives devoted to considerably more elevated concerns. They would probably be somewhat surprised to know how much of the modern world's cheese culture rests on what they figured out in their cellars. They might also be quietly pleased, which seems like a reasonable response to having accidentally changed the way humanity eats. Wine people love to talk about terroir. If you have ever spent more than 15 minutes in the company of a serious wine enthusiast, you have encountered the word deployed with the particular reverence that wine culture reserves for concepts that are both genuinely meaningful and slightly impossible to fully explain. Terroir, the French term for the idea that a food or beverage carries within it the irreducible character of the specific place where it was produced, is one of the most evocative concepts in all of gastronomy, and the wine world has done an exceptional job of claiming it as its own. Wine books are full of terroir, wine labels invoke it, wine tourism is built around it, wine sommeliers explain it with the confident fluency of people who have spent a great deal of time practicing that particular explanation. And yet, If you ask food historians when the concept of terroir was first articulated and applied systematically to an actual food product, before wine, before olive oil, before any of the other fine foodstuffs that now carry the language of place, the answer is cheese. Specifically, French and Italian cheese, developed and discussed in terms of geographic specificity centuries before the wine world got around to formalizing the same idea. The wine people arrived at the concept fashionably late and found the cheese people already there, slightly unimpressed. To understand why cheese, rather than wine, was the food that first forced humanity to articulate the connection between place and flavor, you need to understand something about the nature of cheese production that distinguishes it from almost every other artisanal food tradition. A glass of wine made in Burgundy and a glass of wine made in the Napa Valley are both, at their most basic level, fermented grape juice. The grape varieties, the fermentation techniques, the oak aging regimes, and the winemaker's decisions all play enormous roles in determining what the finished product tastes like. Roles so large, in fact, that the influence of the specific vineyard. Soil can be genuinely difficult to isolate from everything else that's going on. This doesn't mean terroir isn't real in wine. It demonstrably is, and wine scientists have spent considerable effort documenting the mechanisms. But it does mean that the relationship between place and flavor in wine is mediated by a great many intervening variables, any one of which could theoretically be adjusted to produce a similar result somewhere else entirely. Cheese is different. The transformation of milk into cheese is more directly and less mediated, connected to the specific biological environment of its production than wine is to any vineyard. This begins with the milk itself. Cows, goats, and sheep eating specific grasses, wildflowers, and herbs in a specific landscape produce milk whose fat content, protein composition, and flavor precursors directly reflect what those animals have been eating. The fatty acid profile of alpine summer milk, produced by cattle grazing on high meadow grass rich in wildflowers and mountain herbs, is measurably different from the fatty acid profile of milk produced by the same breed eating silage in a lowland barn, and those differences survive the cheese-making process and register in the flavor of the finished product. This is not a subtle or theoretical effect. A trained taster can distinguish, with reasonable reliability, between cheeses made from summer mountain pasture milk and those made from winter-housed animals eating preserved feed, and the distinction is significant enough that many traditional alpine producers restrict their production of the most prestigious varieties to the summer pasture season specifically because the milk quality changes so dramatically. Beyond the milk composition, the microbial environment of a specific production location exerts an influence on cheese character that has no real parallel in winemaking. The starter cultures used to acidify the milk, the rennet used to coagulate it, the organisms that colonize the rind during aging, and the complex microbial ecosystem of the aging cellar or cave. All of these are, in traditional artisanal production, derived from the specific local environment rather than being purchased as standardized commercial preparations. A piece of aging equipment, a wooden vat used repeatedly over decades, the stone walls of a cellar that has been in continuous use for 2 centuries, all of these harbour populations of microorganisms that have been selected by the specific conditions of that specific place, and those microorganisms are participants in the cheese they age. When a cheesemaker says that a cheese from one valley tastes different from an apparently identical cheese made with identical technique 2 valleys over, they are not being romantic or imprecise. They are describing a genuinely observable phenomenon driven by the different microbial populations associated with different places. The caves of Combalou, where Roquefort is made, as already discussed in the context of their medieval history, offer perhaps the most dramatic illustration of this principle. The specific microclimate of those caves, determined by the geology of the Combalou Plateau, the particular fissures that ventilate the interior space, the temperature and humidity maintained by the rock mass, and the populations of Penicillium, Roqueforti that have established themselves there over centuries, is not reproducible elsewhere. Not because of legal prohibition, though legal prohibition exists and is vigorously enforced, but because the physical conditions that make those caves what they are exist precisely there and nowhere else on earth. The King of France understood this in 1411, when the royal charter protecting Roquefort's geographic exclusivity was issued. Whether he understood the microbiology is doubtful. What he understood was that the cheese produced in those caves was distinctive, sought after, and identifiable as coming from that specific place, and that this distinctiveness was worth protecting as a form of productive monopoly. The legal concept preceded the scientific explanation by about 5 centuries, which is not unusual in food history. Gruyère represents a somewhat different case study in the geography of cheese character, because its terroir is defined not by a single geological feature, but by an entire agricultural and ecological system spread across a specific mountain. Landscape. The canton of Fribourg in western Switzerland, along with portions of adjacent cantons, constitutes the legal production zone for authentic Gruyère AOP, the Swiss equivalent of the European Union's PDO designation. This zone encompasses specific high-altitude pastures, particular varieties of alpine grasses and wildflowers, specific cattle breeds adapted to mountain conditions, traditional production methods handed down through generations of mountain dairy, families, and a particular climate profile that shapes how the milk develops and how the cheese ages. Remove any significant element of this system, import milk from a lowland region, age the cheese in a different kind of cellar, substitute a different cattle breed, and you get a product that may resemble Gruyère but does not have its specific character. The Swiss cheese authorities are not merely being protectionist when they insist on these distinctions, though protectionism is certainly also a factor. They are making a genuine empirical claim that the product of this specific system, in this specific place, is different from what can be produced anywhere else, and that claim is defensible. The Parmigiano-Reggiano case is in some ways the most legally elaborate of all, because it involves a production zone that was first defined in medieval documents and has been refined, argued over, and periodically litigated ever since. The provinces of Parma, Reggio Emilia, and Modena, along with portions of Bologna west of the Reno River and portions of Mantua east of the Po, constitute the legal production zone for Parmigiano-Reggiano DOP. The specific characteristics of milk from this zone, influenced by the particular grasses of the Po Valley, the specific mineral composition of the water, the breeds of cattle historically established there, and the microbiological environment of dairies and aging facilities that have been operating in the region for centuries, produce a cheese with chemical and sensory characteristics that are measurably distinctive. When food scientists compare Parmigiano-Reggiano made within the protected zone to technically identical seeming products made outside it, they find differences in the volatile compound profile, the amino acid composition produced by aging, and the crystal structure of the long-matured paste. The place is not just a marketing story, it is a causal factor. The formal articulation of this idea, that food quality is geographically specific and legally protectable on that basis, has its clearest modern expression in the European Union's PDO system, which was formalised under EU regulation in 1992, though the national systems it consolidated were considerably older. PDO, which stands for Protected Designation of Origin, provides legal recognition and protection for food products whose quality, reputation, or other characteristics are essentially attributable to their geographical origin. To receive PDO status, a product must demonstrate that all phases of production, processing, and preparation take place in the defined geographical area, and that the product has characteristics that are genuinely linked to that area. As of the early 21st century, there are hundreds of PDO-protected cheeses in Europe alone, ranging from the famous Roquefort, Gruyère, Parmigiano-Reggiano, Grana Padano, Comté, Manchego, to the considerably more obscure, which are nonetheless equally legally protected and equally earnestly produced. The diversity within PDO cheese culture is extraordinary and often underappreciated by people whose cheese experience has been shaped primarily by the varieties that achieve international distribution. Consider just the French AOC cheese landscape, France's national designation system, which predates the EU framework and was eventually incorporated into it, and the sheer geographical and sensory variety it encompasses is genuinely impressive. The Pyrenees produce a family of sheep's milk cheeses, the Osso-Irati tradition, whose character reflects the specific grasslands and climate of that mountain range. Cheeses that have been made by Basque and Béarnese shepherds for thousands of years and that taste like nothing else produced in France, partly because they're made from milk of a completely different animal, grazing on completely different vegetation than most French cheese production, and partly because the microbiological environment of the Pyrenean valleys is its own distinct world. The Loire Valley produces fresh goat's milk cheeses, Valençay, Celles-sur-Cher, Crottin de Chavignol, whose bright acidic mineral character reflects the specific chalk soils and limestone-filtered water of the region. Cheeses that are food. Scientists can literally match to their geographic origin through the mineral content of the milk. Normandy produces its entirely different tradition of soft, mushroomy, cream-enriched cow's milk cheeses, Camembert, Livarot, Pont-l'Evêque, whose buttery richness reflects the exceptional quality of Normand milk from cattle grazing on some of the lushest, rainiest pasture in France. These three cheese traditions exist within a single country, within a drive of a few hours from each other, and they taste completely different because they come from completely different places. The Comté tradition of the Franche-Comté region in eastern France, the Jura Mountains specifically running along the Swiss border, offers a particularly articulate example of how geographic specificity translates into flavour in ways that can be discussed concretely rather than simply invoked poetically. Comté is made from the milk of Montbéliard and French Simmental cattle that graze on Jura mountain pastures under strict rules about what they can eat. No silage, no fermented feed, a minimum amount of fresh or dried mountain grass per animal per day. The milk is collected from multiple farms and processed in small village fromageries called fruitières, a cooperative system that dates back to the medieval period, when it was impossible for any single mountain farm to produce enough milk at once to make a wheel of cheese of the necessary size and weight. The cheese is then aged in dedicated maturing cellars, called caves d'affinage, for a minimum of 4 months, but often for 12, 18, or even 24 months, during which it develops the complex array of flavours, fruity, nutty, caramelized, sometimes with floral or spice notes depending on the season of production, that make Comté one of the most culinarily interesting cheeses in the world. What's scientifically fascinating about Comté in the context of terroir is that the flavour profile of a given wheel of Comté changes detectably with the season of the milk from which it was made. Summer Comté, made from the milk of cattle grazing at high altitude on diverse summer pasture, has a different volatile compound profile and a distinctly different sensory character from winter Comté made from hay-fed animals. The summer wheels tend to have more floral and herbal aromatic notes. The winter wheels tend toward more buttery, lactic and dairy-forward flavours. Both are Comté, both are made in the same region by the same producers using the same basic technique, but the seasonal variation in what the cows ate is written into the cheese in ways that trained tasters can identify and that food chemists can verify analytically. The land is speaking through the cheese, and it's using a vocabulary of volatile organic compounds and fatty acid compositions, which is admittedly slightly less poetic than the traditional description, but no less true. The concept of merroir, the dairy equivalent of terroir, occasionally used in artisan cheese writing to describe the specific influence of a farm's milk on cheese character, has gained currency in recent years among producers and enthusiasts who want to discuss milk origin with the same specificity that wine discussions apply to vineyard parcels. The idea is that a specific farm's milk, produced by specific animals eating specific pasture, has a characteristic flavour identity that persists through the cheese-making process and contributes to the final product's character in ways that are traceable and meaningful. Single-farm cheeses, made entirely from the milk of one herd at one farm, often as a deliberate contrast to the multi-farm pooling that large-scale production requires, are produced specifically to highlight this concept, and among cheese enthusiasts in the early 21st century, single-farm provenance has become something like the biodynamic wine certification of the cheese world, a marker of specificity, traceability, and intentional relationship with place that certain consumers find both meaningful and worth paying for. The legal protection of geographic cheese names has predictably generated considerable international controversy, particularly in countries with large dairy industries that developed independently of European food traditions but that adopted European cheese names for products that bear only a general family resemblance to the originals. The United States, Australia, Canada, Argentina, and several other nations have historically produced and sold cheese under names like Parmesan, Gruyère, Feta, Asiago, and Brie, names that, within the European Union, are reserved exclusively for cheeses produced in their specific designated regions. This is not simply a commercial dispute, though it is certainly that. It is a disagreement about whether geographic names in food are primarily descriptive terms that have entered the general language, in which case anyone can use them to describe a cheese of that general style, or whether they are indications of genuine origin that carry meaningful information about what's actually in the product, in which case their use by producers from other regions is misleading and unfair. The European position that geographic names in food are origin indicators that convey real information about quality and character is backed by centuries of legal precedent and by the empirical reality that cheese is made in their designated regions really do taste different from cheeses made elsewhere under the same name. The counter-argument that names like Parmesan and Gruyere have become generic descriptors for a type of cheese rather than a place of origin is also not without merit in the regions where that genericization has genuinely occurred through decades of common commercial usage. The World Trade Organization has been the arena where this disagreement has played out, with European countries periodically pressing for broader international recognition of their geographic indications and major dairy exporting countries resisting agreements that would require renaming products with established market presence. The cheese in the middle of this dispute, quite literally in some cases since physical cheese shipments have been the subject of import disputes and tariff negotiations, is as far as possible from being a neutral party, though it remains largely indifferent to the proceedings, being cheese. What the geographic protection debate ultimately reveals is how seriously different cultures take the idea that food quality is tied to place. For cultures that have developed specific food traditions over centuries, and that see those traditions as genuine expressions of their landscape and heritage, the suggestion that anyone anywhere can slap a geographic name on a broadly similar product and sell it as equivalent is not just commercially irritating, it's a categorical error about what the product actually is and means. For cultures that developed their own food industries in the absence of those traditional frameworks, and that have built commercial markets around names adopted from European traditions, the demand to change those names represents a significant market disruption in exchange for a principle that may seem abstract. Neither side is entirely wrong, and neither side is entirely right, and the cheese continues to sit in the middle of the argument, quietly being delicious regardless of what anyone decides to call it. The science of terroir in cheese has advanced considerably in the past 2 decades, driven partly by the development of analytical chemistry techniques sensitive enough to detect and characterize the trace compounds that distinguish cheeses from different origins, and partly by the commercial and regulatory interest in being able to verify geographic origin claims objectively, rather than relying solely on expert tasting panels. Stable isotope analysis, volatile compound profiling by gas chromatography, and mass spectrometry, DNA-based characterization of microbial communities, and mineral fingerprinting based on soil chemistry have all been applied to the question of cheese. Authentication. The results consistently confirm what traditional producers have maintained for centuries, that cheeses from specific places have chemically distinctive profiles that reflect their geographic origin in measurable ways. The terroir conversation, in other words, has moved from the philosophical to the scientific, and the science has largely confirmed the philosophy. One of the more unexpected findings from this analytical work has been the importance of microbial community composition as a geographic marker. The populations of bacteria and fungi associated with a specific cheese, in the milk, in the cheese body during aging, on the rind and in the cellar environment, are not random. They are shaped by the local environment in ways that produce geographically characteristic patterns. A comprehensive microbial analysis of a wheel of cheese can, in principle, identify the general region of its production with reasonable confidence, because the specific combination of organisms present reflects the microbial landscape of the place where it was made. This finding has significant implications for authentication. It provides a biological signature that is much harder to fake than a label, but it also has deeper implications for our understanding of what terroir actually is at a mechanistic level. It's not just the soil minerals or the grass varieties or the cattle breeds. It's the invisible living world that inhabits a specific place and colonizes the cheese made there, leaving a biological record of its presence in the final product. The French have a phrase for this that operates beyond the strict technical meaning. They say that a great cheese is a portrait of its landscape. This is romantic language, but it is also precise language. A wheel of Comté aged for 18 months in a Jura cellar contains, in its flavour, a record of specific mountain pastures, specific grasses and flowers, specific cattle, specific mountain air, specific microbial communities from that specific valley, and specific human techniques passed down through specific families over generations. That record is not metaphorical. It is chemical, biological, and physical, written in volatile compounds and amino acid chains and microbial DNA and crystalline structures, and it can, increasingly, be read by analytical instruments as well as by trained palates. The portrait is real, the landscape is in the cheese. For the human beings who have understood this, even intuitively, even without the analytical vocabulary, throughout the long history that has brought us to this chapter, the connection between a specific place and the specific taste of its cheese has always been one of the more direct and immediate ways in which landscape communicates itself to human experience. Most people don't spend a lot of time thinking about the geology of the Jura or the mineral composition of Alpine water, but many people have tasted a great Comté and felt, without being able to quite explain why, that they were tasting something that could only have come from somewhere specific, that the flavour carried within it a kind of geographical necessity, sense that it couldn't have been made anywhere else. That intuition is correct. The place is in the taste, and the fact that we are now able to confirm this analytically, to actually measure the presence of the landscape in the cheese, does not diminish the wonder of it at all. If anything, it makes it more remarkable. In every careful bite of a properly aged wheel, geography is present, biological time is present, and a specific slice of the Earth's surface has found a way to make itself known. The Italian tradition of geographic cheese protection is particularly worth examining in depth, because Italy produced a legislative culture around cheese identity that is arguably the most elaborate in the world, and it did so for reasons that are as much about economics and civic pride as about philosophical convictions regarding the relationship between food and place. Italy is a country that was politically unified only in 1861, later than many people realise, and before that unification was a patchwork of city-states, kingdoms, papal territories, and foreign-administered regions whose primary political and cultural loyalty was local rather than national. In that context, the specific food products of a specific city or region were not merely preferences but markers of identity, things that distinguished Parma from Modena from Reggio Emilia in the same period when those cities were competing, economically, politically, and occasionally militarily. Parmigiano was, in a meaningful sense, Parma's product, a commercial and cultural asset of the city, something that generated revenue, supported a significant portion of the local agricultural population, and was associated with the city's reputation in trade networks that extended across Europe. The protection of that identity was therefore not merely culinary fussiness, it was civic interest of the most practical kind. When Parma cheese was sold under the Parma name to buyers in Genoa, Venice, or Avignon, those buyers were paying a premium for a product with a known reputation. If that reputation could be undermined by inferior imitators selling under the same name, the commercial damage to actual Parma producers was real and quantifiable. The earliest formal attempts to protect geographic cheese names in Italy were driven by exactly this logic, not a philosophical commitment to the connection between place and product, but a thoroughly pragmatic recognition that the name Parmigiano was a commercial asset worth defending. The philosophy came later, as it often does, to provide intellectual scaffolding for what began as economic self-interest, which is not a criticism, but simply how most lasting institutions tend to develop. The French AOC system, the Appellation d'origine contrôlée, established for wine in 1935 and extended to cheese and other products over the following decades, was motivated by a similar combination of practical commercial interest and deeper cultural conviction about the significance of regional food identity. France's relationship with its regional food traditions has always been unusually intense by global standards, reflecting the country's particular history of strong regional cultures existing alongside a powerful centralizing state that periodically attempted to homogenize national life. Food, in this context, became one of the primary arenas in which regional identity survived and expressed itself. The cheese of a specific valley or plateau was not just what people there happened to eat, it was who they were, differentiated from the next valley's people by what their specific landscape produced and what they knew how to do with it. This cultural dimension of geographic cheese protection is often underemphasized in discussions that focus primarily on the commercial and regulatory aspects of PDO and AOC systems. but it matters for understanding why the protection of these names generates the intensity of feeling that it does on both sides of the argument. When the European Union presses the United States trade negotiators about the use of Parmesan as a generic term, the European position is not purely commercial. It is the position of communities whose identity and whose understanding of what they have to offer the world is bound up in those names. And when American cheese producers resist those demands, they are not simply being obstructionist. They represent communities that have built their own, quite different, relationship with those products over multiple generations of immigrant cheese, culture that adapted European traditions to American conditions and markets. Neither of these stories is simple, and neither is fully told by the legal documents. The Italian-American community that kept a version of Parmesan cheese in American kitchens throughout the 20th century, often from shakers rather than freshly grated wheels, which is a slightly painful detail from a quality perspective but an important one for understanding mass-market cheese culture, was maintaining a connection, however attenuated, to an Italian food tradition that many of those families had not been able to take with them in any other form when they emigrated. The cheese was the thread. Whether that thread was strong enough or authentic enough to warrant continued use of the original geographic name is exactly the kind of question that seems to have a clear answer until you think carefully about who gets to decide what authenticity means and whose relationship to a food tradition counts as legitimate. The concept of terroir in cheese has also been central to the revival of artisan cheesemaking in countries without ancient cheese traditions, most notably the United States and the United Kingdom, where a generation of small-scale producers, beginning in the 1980s and gathering significant momentum through the 1990s and 2000s, deliberately set out to develop cheese traditions rooted in specific American and British landscapes, rather than simply replicating European styles. This American artisan cheese movement, which began with a small number of passionate producers in California, Vermont and other states, and has since grown into a substantial industry, with serious critical recognition, represents an interesting, philosophical evolution of the terroir concept. The idea that terroir is not exclusively the property of places with centuries of cheese history, but that any specific landscape, properly understood and honestly worked, will produce food with a character that could only come from there. Producers like Mary Keene of Cypress Grove in California, whose Humboldt Fog, made from goat's milk in the coastal redwood country of Humboldt County, is one of the most celebrated American artisan cheeses, built their work on the explicit premise that the Pacific fog, the specific grasses and vegetation of the Northern California coast, and the particular goats adapted to that environment, would produce something genuinely distinctive. And they were right. Humboldt Fog has a flavor profile that experienced tasters consistently describe as evoking the coastal environment of its origin, a brightness, a slight mineral quality, an herbaceous character that reflects the specific plant life of that landscape. This is not marketing language. It's what the analytical work on cheese terroir would predict. The place is in the product. The British artisan cheese revival followed a somewhat similar trajectory, beginning with a small number of producers who recognised that the United Kingdom had once had an extraordinary diversity of regional cheeses, far more than the handful of industrial standards that had survived the 20th century's consolidation of dairy production, and set out to recover, document, and in some cases recreate that lost diversity. Research into historical records, conversations with elderly dairy workers who remembered pre-industrial production methods, archaeological analysis of dairy sites, and patient experimentation with traditional techniques produced a remarkable recovery of British cheese culture that has, by the early 21st century, given the United Kingdom a serious artisan cheese tradition that stands on its own rather than in deference to France or Italy. The terroir of Somerset, of the Cotswolds, of the Yorkshire Dales is different from the terroir of Normandy or the Jura, and the cheeses that have emerged from this revival reflect those differences honestly. What the global artisan cheese revival demonstrates in the context of the terroir story is that the connection between place and cheese character is not a fixed historical legacy, but an ongoing relationship, one that can be established, deepened, and understood in new places by producers who approach their specific landscape with the same attention and long-term commitment that centuries of European tradition brought to Roquefort and Gruyère and Parmigiano Reggiano. The concept of terroir, in other words, is not just a description of what already exists. It's a methodology for making something genuinely new that is also genuinely rooted. The monks of the previous chapter discovered this in their cellars without having the vocabulary for it. The peasant dairymen of Alpine valleys lived it across generations without theorizing about it. The modern artisan cheesemakers of California and Vermont and Somerset are pursuing it consciously, armed with both the historical tradition and the scientific understanding that their predecessors lacked. The results are, in many cases, extraordinary. The conversation about what cheese has to teach the world about the relationship between place, food, and identity is not, by any measure, finished. As global food systems continue to consolidate, as supply chains lengthen, as commodity dairy production becomes increasingly abstracted from specific landscapes, as the industrial production of cheese continues to deliver enormous quantities of technically adequate product to consumers who have never tasted what a specific place's milk actually tastes like, the terroir tradition becomes simultaneously more marginalized in market terms and more culturally precious as a counterweight. The wheel of Comté from a specific fruitière in a specific Jura valley, made from the summer milk of cattle whose pasture you could visit, aged by an affineur whose family has been working that cellar for 4 generations, is not merely a luxury item. In a world of commodity cheese, it is a different proposition about what food can be and what relationship it can have with the human beings who make and eat it. It is, as the French would say, an argument for paying attention, to place, to season, to the long, slow work of microorganisms and time, and it makes that argument quietly and persistently with every bite. There is a question that has apparently bothered humans for a surprisingly long time, and that question is, why does Swiss cheese have holes? It sounds like the setup to a children's joke, and it has in fact been deployed as one on countless occasions, usually with an answer involving mice that nobody under the age of 7 finds fully convincing. The actual answer, which took food scientists and microbiologists a rather long time to work out definitively, despite the cheese itself being entirely indifferent to their curiosity, is considerably more interesting than either the joke version or the mouse version, and it illustrates something important about the relationship between cheese and science that runs through this chapter. Cheese has been one of the most consistently productive accidental laboratories in human history, producing biological phenomena that baffled observers for centuries before science developed the tools to explain them, and occasionally yielding discoveries of consequence that far exceeded anything the cheesemakers themselves could have imagined. The specific cheese in question when discussing holes, or, as the technical literature dignifies them, eyes, is Emmental, the large-wheeled, mild, slightly nutty Swiss cheese that has become so iconic a symbol of its country that it appears on novelty items representing Switzerland with the same regularity as Alps, watches, and the Matterhorn. Emmental is produced in the Emmental Valley of the canton of Bern, and its production history stretches back to the 15th century at minimum, though the cheese was being made in broadly similar form for some time before it was first documented in writing. The wheels are large. Genuine Emmental wheels weigh between 60 and 100 kilograms, making them among the largest standardly produced cheeses in the world, and requiring the kind of two-handed lifting that gives dairy workers very good forearm strength, and the aging process takes a minimum of 4 months, during which the characteristic holes develop in the interior of the wheel. By the time a fully aged Emmental wheel is opened, those holes can be anywhere from the size of a marble to the size of a golf ball, distributed through the interior with a regularity that looks almost designed. For most of the history of Emmental production, cheesemakers understood that the holes were produced by gas during aging. They could see the cheese expanding slightly as the holes formed, and they knew that conditions which prevented gas production also prevented holes, but the precise mechanism remained obscure. In the 19th century, as microbiology began to develop as a discipline, researchers started applying the new tools of bacterial culture and characterization to the question of what was actually happening inside aging cheese. The answer, eventually established through the work of researchers including the Swiss microbiologist Benno Martini in the late 19th century, involved a group of bacteria known as propionic acid bacteria, specifically Propionibacterium, Freudenreichi and related species, that are introduced into the milk during Emmental production and become active during a specific warm phase of the aging process. These propionic acid bacteria perform a metabolic conversion that is, once you understand it, both elegant and chemically interesting. They consume the lactic acid produced by the initial starter cultures during the early fermentation phase and convert it into propionic acid, acetic acid, and carbon dioxide gas. It's the carbon dioxide that creates the holes. As the bacteria work through the warm aging phase, they generate CO2 faster than it can escape through the dense cheese matrix, and the pressure of the accumulating gas pushes the surrounding cheese paste outward, creating spherical pockets, the eyes, that remain as permanent structures when the cheese cools and the bacterial activity slows. The size and distribution of the holes depend on the temperature and duration of the warm phase, the activity level of the propionic bacteria, and the physical consistency of the cheese paste surrounding them. A cheesemaker managing emmental production is, among other things, managing the CO2 output of billions of bacteria through precise temperature control, a task that would have seemed straightforwardly miraculous to anyone attempting it before the microbiological explanation was available. The flavour of Emmental is also, to a significant degree, a product of these same propionic acid bacteria. Propionic acid itself contributes a slightly sweet, slightly nutty character. Acetic acid contributes a mild sharpness. The complex of other compounds produced by bacterial metabolism during the warm aging phase gives Emmental its characteristic flavour profile, mild but layered, with a sweetness and depth that distinguishes it from cheeses made without this specific bacterial activity. The holes, in other words, are not a flaw or a curiosity or evidence of quality control problems. They are the visible signature of a biochemical process that is also responsible for much of what makes Emmental taste the way it does. You can't have the flavour without the holes, because both are products of the same bacterial activity. The cheese that has become iconic specifically for its appearance is iconic in exactly the right way. The appearance is a direct expression of what makes it distinctive as food. In 2015, researchers at the Swiss Agricultural Research Institute Agroscope published a paper that added an unexpected chapter to the Emmental whole story. Using modern analytical techniques that were not available to the early microbiologists, they demonstrated that the size of the holes in Emmental has been decreasing over the past several decades, and they identified the cause: industrialization of milk collection. Traditional farmhouse Emmental was made from milk collected in open wooden pails and transported in open vessels, during which process microscopic particles of hay dust inevitably fell into the milk. Those hay dust particles, it turns out, are the nucleation sites around which the eyes form, the tiny specks of organic matter around which the CO2 bubbles first accumulate and expand. As Swiss dairy production modernized and hygiene standards improved, sealed stainless steel collection systems replacing open wooden pails, milk being filtered more thoroughly before processing, the hay dust disappeared from the milk and the holes got smaller. The cheese became, by conventional food safety standards, cleaner, and also inadvertently slightly less photogenic. Progress is not without its trade-offs. The story of blue cheese and its microbiological underpinnings is, in some respects, even more remarkable than the Emmental holes, because the organisms responsible for blue cheese are, and this is a sentence that food scientists still find slightly extraordinary to say out loud, essentially the same group of fungi from which one of the most important pharmaceutical discoveries in human history was made. The molds responsible for the distinctive blue-green veining of Roquefort, Gorgonzola, Stilton and their relatives belong to the genus Penicillium, specifically Penicillium roqueforti for Roquefort and most French and Italian blue cheeses, and Penicillium glaucum and related species for other varieties. The genus Penicillium is a large and diverse group of fungi with hundreds of species, and most of them are entirely unremarkable from a human perspective, inhabiting soil, plant matter, and the occasional improperly stored citrus fruit without attracting significant notice. In September 1928, a Scottish bacteriologist named Alexander Fleming returned to his laboratory at St Mary's Hospital in London after a summer holiday and made an observation that has since become one of the most famous stories in the history of medicine. A petri dish containing a culture of Staphylococcus bacteria, the type of bacterium responsible for a wide range of infections from skin conditions to pneumonia, had been accidentally contaminated with a mold, and around that mold there was a clear halo where the bacteria had died. The mold was producing something that killed bacteria. Fleming identified the mold as belonging to the genus Penicillium, and the antibacterial substance it produced he named penicillin. The subsequent development of penicillin as a therapeutic drug, through the work of Howard Florey and Ernst Boris Chain at Oxford in the early 1940s, which eventually earned all three men the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, is responsible for saving an estimated 200 million lives since its introduction to clinical use, making it arguably the single most consequential pharmaceutical discovery in history. The connection to cheese is not merely taxonomic. Penicillium roqueforti, the specific mold used in blue cheese production, does not produce penicillin in quantities significant enough for therapeutic use, and you cannot treat an infection by eating roquefort, though certain communities in southern France have historically applied poultices of aged blue cheese to wounds in the belief that it prevented infection, which is a folk practice that is more microbiologically interesting than it initially sounds. But the relationship between the cheese molds and the pharmaceutical molds is real and substantive. They share a common ancestry, they are closely related biologically, and the antibiotic properties that Penicillium species possess are not accidental. They are part of the fungal defense system, a chemical weapon that molds use to suppress the growth of competing bacteria in their immediate environment. Penicillium roqueforti uses these same chemical defenses in the cheese it colonizes, which is one reason why a properly made blue cheese does not succumb to dangerous bacterial overgrowth, despite its open, moist, and apparently welcoming physical structure. Cheesemakers in the caves of Combalou had been cultivating Penicillium roqueforti in the bodies of sheep's milk cheeses for somewhere between 1 and 2,000 years before Fleming made his observation in London. They had been providing those molds with an ideal growth environment, observing their activity, managing their development, and eating the results, all while having absolutely no idea that they were working with organisms that possessed antibiotic properties, or that those organisms were closely related to something that would eventually transform medicine. The cheese caves of Roquefort were, in this sense, an extremely long-running accidental experiment in the cultivation of antibiotic-producing organisms, conducted by people who thought they were making a food product. They were not wrong about that. They were also, without knowing it, maintaining a living library of organisms whose potential extended considerably beyond the cheese counter. This inadvertent pharmaceutical history of cheese is not limited to the blue cheese tradition. The washed rind cheeses discussed in the previous chapter, those pungent, sticky-rinded productions of medieval monastic cellars, harbour on their surfaces a range of bacterial and fungal organisms that have been of significant interest to microbiologists studying the ecology of fermented foods. Several of these organisms produce compounds with antibacterial or antifungal properties. The specific conditions of a cheese rind, a slightly acidic, salt-rich, humid surface colonized by a community of specialist microorganisms, turn out to be an excellent environment for the evolution of organisms that can compete effectively in a crowded microbial landscape, and the chemical weapons they develop for that competition are the same types of compounds that pharmaceutical research has found useful for treating human infections. Every cheese rind, in a sense, is a small arms race being fought in slow motion, and the weapons being developed there have occasionally proved useful at scales their developers, the bacteria and molds, that is, could never have anticipated. The scientific investigation of cheese microbiology accelerated dramatically in the second half of the 20th century, as the tools of molecular biology made it possible to identify and characterize microorganisms that could not be cultured in a laboratory dish and that had therefore been effectively invisible to earlier researchers. The true microbial diversity of a traditional cheese was, before these molecular methods, severely underestimated. A wheel of well-made Comté or Gruyère contains hundreds of distinct microbial species, bacteria, yeasts, and molds, many of which have never been described scientifically, and some of which exist in no other known environment. The cheese cellar is, from a microbiologist's perspective, a profoundly strange and interesting ecosystem, one that has been shaped by centuries of human management into something that doesn't exist naturally anywhere in the world, and that harbours biological diversity that science is still in the early stages of cataloguing. The practical implications of this microbial diversity for the flavour of cheese are substantial and increasingly well understood. Each species of organism present in an aging cheese contributes specific enzymatic activities, breaking down proteins into amino acids, transforming fats into flavour compounds, producing organic acids and aromatic molecules that collectively constitute what we experience as the flavour and aroma of the cheese. The specific combination of organisms in a given cheese cellar produces a specific combination of enzymatic activities, and that combination is what gives the cheese its particular character. Change the organisms by using industrial starter cultures instead of wild cultures, by building a new cellar with different microbial inhabitants, by pasteurizing the milk in ways that eliminate native microbial populations, and you change the flavor profile of the cheese, sometimes dramatically. This is the microbiological basis of what terroir actually means at the most mechanistic level. The organisms of a specific place performing specific biochemical transformations that reflect the history and character of that place. The application of scientific understanding to cheese production has had both beneficial and problematic consequences, depending on your perspective and what you value in cheese. On the beneficial side, understanding the specific organisms responsible for specific flavor contributions has allowed producers to reliably replicate desirable outcomes, to troubleshoot production problems, to produce cheese more safely by understanding and controlling the organisms that cause dangerous spoilage, and to adapt traditional techniques to large-scale production environments where the natural microbial populations of artisanal cellars are absent. Industrial cheese production, for all its critics among artisan cheese enthusiasts, delivers enormous quantities of consistent, safe, technically competent product to populations that would otherwise have no access to aged cheese at all, and the microbiology behind it is well understood and well managed. On the more complicated side, the shift toward industrial starter cultures, standardized commercial preparations of specific bacterial strains developed for reliability and consistency, has had a significant homogenizing effect on the flavor. Landscape of industrial cheese. Industrial Emmental made with a commercial Propionibacterium culture in a factory in Germany is not the same thing as farmhouse Emmental made with the wild bacteria naturally present in a specific Bernese dairy, and while both may be technically acceptable products by commercial standards, the divergence in flavor complexity between them is real and detectable to trained palates. The standardization that makes industrial production consistent also removes the variability that, in artisanal production, is partly where the interest lives. This is the fundamental tension in the industrialization of fermented foods. You can control for safety and consistency, but control itself costs you something, and what it costs you is often exactly the unpredictable biological richness that made the product interesting in the first place. The science of cheese has also revealed mechanisms behind phenomena that producers had observed and worked with empirically for centuries without understanding the underlying biology. The specific enzymes responsible for the breakdown of proteins during aging, the proteolysis that converts the initially rubbery, bland paste of a fresh-pressed curd into the complex, crystalline, deeply flavored interior of a 2-year-old. Parmigiano are now understood in considerable detail. The formation of tyrosine crystals, the white crunchy specks visible in age-hard cheeses that were sometimes mistaken by the uninitiated for salt or grit, has been explained as the precipitation of the amino acid tyrosine from the aging paste as protein breakdown continues over long periods. The characteristic ammoniacal sharpness of overripe soft cheeses has been traced to the activity of specific bacteria and molds that produce ammonia as a metabolic byproduct. None of these explanations make the phenomena more or less real. They were observable long before they were explained, but they do provide the framework for managing and reproducing desirable outcomes, which is what science is for. Perhaps the most intellectually striking aspect of cheese's relationship with science is what it reveals about the scale of biological activity involved in what appears, to the casual observer, to be a fairly inert object sitting on a shelf. A wheel of aging cheese is not inert. It is an intensely active biological system containing billions of microorganisms engaged in continuous metabolic activity, consuming, transforming, producing, competing, and dying, in a slow-motion drama that unfolds over months or years and that, if managed correctly, ends with a product whose complexity and depth of flavor are directly produced by that biological activity. The cheese does not simply sit and wait to be eaten. It works, continuously and invisibly, toward the flavor that the patient cheesemaker and the patient affineur and the patient consumer eventually experience. That the complexity of the result reflects the complexity of the process is, in retrospect, entirely appropriate. What's somewhat remarkable is that humans managed to harness this process and produce spectacular results from it for thousands of years before having any idea what was happening inside the wheel. There is a fairly reliable way to identify someone who did not grow up eating cheese, and it does not involve any tasting or any conversation about flavor preferences. It involves simply opening a container of aged washed-rind cheese in their presence and watching their face. The sequence of expressions that crosses the face of someone encountering a mature époisse or a well-ripened taleggio for the first time when they had not been warned about what to expect is genuinely educational from a cultural perspective and also moderately entertaining from a human one. The initial neutral curiosity, the slight frown as the first molecules arrive, the widening of the eyes, the moment of internal debate about whether politeness requires continuation or self-preservation, requires retreat. It is a highly condensed lesson in the sociology of disgust. That lesson is worth learning properly, because the disgust response to strong-smelling cheese is not a universal human reaction. It is a culturally constructed one, and the mechanisms by which it is constructed tell us something significant not just about food preferences, but about how culture shapes the most apparently visceral and biological of human responses. The nose, which processes smell with the oldest and most emotionally primitive part of the brain, does not evaluate odours in a cultural vacuum. It evaluates them in the context of everything the smeller has been taught, directly and indirectly, to associate with those odours since childhood. And that context varies enormously across cultures, in ways that produce seemingly paradoxical results. The specific bacterium responsible for the most notorious of strong cheese smells is, as noted in the discussion of washed-rind cheeses in an earlier chapter, Brevibacterium linens, a remarkably candid organism that does not attempt to disguise the source of its aromatic signature. B. linens is the same species found in the human skin microbiome, particularly in warm, damp areas of the body. Its metabolic products, specifically sulfurous compounds including methanethiol and dimethyl disulfide, are components of what the human nose detects as body odour. When someone describes Limburger cheese as smelling like dirty socks or unwashed feet, they are being both accurate and biochemically precise. The same organism producing the same compounds is responsible for both experiences. The cheese is, in the most literal possible sense, wearing the smell of human skin, which is either fascinating or profoundly unappetizing, depending entirely on your cultural context. For people who grew up eating washed-rind cheese in households where it was a normal and valued part of meals, French families in the Alsace, Belgian households in Limburg, German communities in the Allgäu, the smell of B. linens is not a warning signal. It is a comfort signal. It is associated not with uncleanliness, but with specific meals, with specific family occasions, with the warmth of kitchens and the pleasure of good food. The smell that arrives when someone opens a container of mature Munster does not trigger disgust in an Alsatian household. It triggers anticipation. The biological pathway is the same, the cultural overlay is entirely different, and the resulting emotional response is therefore the opposite. Research in cultural psychology and sensory science has documented this phenomenon with considerable rigour. Studies comparing the responses of French participants and East Asian participants to the same set of cheese aromas, from fresh, mild cheeses to intensely pungent washed-rind varieties, consistently find that the French participants rate the intense aromas as pleasant or neutral in contexts associated with food, while East Asian participants from cultures with limited dairy traditions rate the same aromas as unpleasant, and in some cases describe them as off-putting to the point of nausea. These responses are not fake. Both groups are reporting genuine perceptual experiences. The difference is that one group has years of positive contextual association with those specific odour molecules, and the other group has none, or has associations that run entirely in the other direction, because in cultures where cheese was historically absent, the smell of fermented dairy is genuinely unfamiliar, and therefore triggers the default mammalian response to unfamiliar fermented organic matter, which is caution and avoidance. The mechanism by which cultural experience overrides or modifies the innate disgust response involves something that neuroscientists call top-down processing in olfaction, the influence of learned associations, expectations, and emotional context on seeing, how olfactory signals are interpreted by the brain. Smell, unlike vision or hearing, is processed through the limbic system before reaching the cortex, which is why odours trigger emotional and memory responses so immediately and so powerfully. But that limbic processing is not culturally neutral. It is conditioned by experience, and the same molecular signal that triggers a distress response in one person's limbic system triggers a comfort and reward response in another's, because their respective histories of experience with that signal are completely different. The biology is shared. The cultural conditioning is not. This has implications that extend beyond cheese into fundamental questions about the universality of human sensory experience. The debate about whether certain smell responses are innate, biologically hardwired reactions that all humans share, or culturally constructed has been active in sensory science for decades, and the cheese evidence is instructive. There are certainly some smell responses that appear cross-culturally consistent. The aversion to the odour of putrefaction, for example, seems to be a genuine human universal, presumably because it served as an adaptive warning against consuming dangerous pathogens. But the responses to complex fermented aged organic compounds, cheese, fermented fish, aged meat, various fermented beverages, show enormous cross-cultural variation that cannot be explained by innate response patterns alone. People who encounter these smells as valued food in positive social contexts learn to associate them with pleasure and reward. People who encounter them with no positive food context associate them with nothing, or with mild threat, and their responses reflect that. The case of Kasumazu, a Sardinian cheese that takes the concept of biological activity in aging cheese to a logical and somewhat alarming extreme, illustrates the outer limits of culturally constructed smell tolerance in a way that is difficult to articulate without a certain amount of admiration for the sheer commitment involved. Kasumazu begins as a standard Pecorino Sardo, the traditional Sardinian sheep's milk cheese, but at a specific point in its aging process, the rind is opened or punctured to allow the cheese fly Piophilocacea access to the interior. The flies lay their eggs in the cheese, the eggs hatch, and the larvae, the actual maggots of the cheese fly, transparent and capable of jumping several inches when disturbed, a fact that generally does not improve first encounters with the product. Begin consuming the cheese from the inside. Their digestive activity accelerates and transforms the fermentation process, breaking down the fats to a degree that produces a very soft, almost liquid texture in the interior of the cheese with a sharp, complex fermented flavour that its enthusiasts describe with the vocabulary normally reserved for the most complex aged cheeses in more conventional traditions. Kasumazu is by any measure an extreme product. The European Union's food safety regulations prohibit its commercial sale on the grounds that it contains live insect larvae, a prohibition that Sardinian producers have fought through political channels with limited success. The cheese's defenders argue that it is a traditional product that has been made and consumed on Sardinia for at least several centuries without causing the population harm, that the regulatory prohibition is a form of cultural imperialism being applied to a local tradition that operates by its own logic, and that the risk associated with the product, if any, is entirely the consumer's to take. They also note that Kasumazu is genuinely part of living Sardinian culture, eaten at celebrations, produced by specific families using knowledge passed down through generations, sought out and valued by people who grew up eating it. The EU Food Safety Authority's categorization of it as a hazardous product does not map neatly onto its meaning within Sardinian culture, which is a tension that food regulation has produced repeatedly in its encounters with traditional fermented products that operate by biological logics different from those assumed in industrial food safety frameworks. What Kasumazu actually illustrates, beyond its considerable value as a dinner party conversation topic, is the degree to which the construction of acceptable and unacceptable in food is always a product of specific cultural context rather than an objective biological assessment. The Sardinians who eat Kasumazu, who have eaten it for centuries, whose digestive systems have encountered it throughout their lives, who understand its production and its risks with the intimacy of direct experience, are not making an error of judgment when they find it delicious. They are applying a different framework of evaluation than the one encoded in EU food safety regulations, a framework developed locally over time by people who had direct experience with the product. That this framework leads to conclusions that seem alarming to outsiders is less a comment on the Sardinians than on the degree to which food culture shapes what we perceive as edible, safe, and desirable. The surströmming of Sweden, the famously pungent fermented herring that is generally eaten outdoors because opening a can indoors has been known to trigger complaints from neighbours in adjacent apartments, represents a parallel case from a northern European context. Surströmming smells by most accounts genuinely terrible. It has been ranked among the worst-smelling foods in the world by researchers using odour measurement instruments, and its commercial transportation is prohibited by some airlines because a can that depressurizes mid-flight would apparently be considered a cabin atmosphere emergency. And yet in the northern Swedish coastal communities where the tradition originated, it is a valued seasonal food associated with late summer celebrations, with family, with a specific moment in the annual calendar that people look forward to. The smell that makes outsiders reach for ventilation is, for insiders, the smell of that particular good time. The chemistry is identical, the meaning is not. Cheese occupies a particularly instructive position in the disgust versus delight spectrum because it spans an enormous range within a single food category. At one end, there are fresh, mild, almost entirely inoffensive cheeses, fresh mozzarella, young ricotta, mild fresh chèvre, whose smell is gentle enough that virtually no one finds it offensive regardless of cultural background. These cheeses represent milk that has barely begun its transformation, and the sensory experience they offer is correspondingly familiar and unthreatening. At the other end, there are the aged washed rind cheeses in full maturity, a ripe époisse that has been allowed to reach its proper state of intensely pungent, nearly liquid near transcendence, that produce olfactory experiences for which only years of positive cultural conditioning can prepare you. The entire spectrum exists within a single category, and navigating from one end to the other requires a significant cultural education. That education has historically happened through childhood, through the meals at which cheese was present, through the family contexts in which specific cheeses were consumed and enjoyed by the adults whose food choices children observe and imitate, through the gradual acclimatization to increasingly strong smells as familiarity replaces novelty. People who grew up eating strong cheese in France or Belgium or Italy were not taught to like it in any didactic sense. They were simply exposed to it repeatedly in positive contexts until the association was established and the smell stopped, registering as a warning. People who did not have that exposure did not have that association established, and their encounter with strong cheese in adulthood is therefore genuinely their first encounter with those specific odor molecules in a food context, which their brain processes accordingly. The gap in response between a French person and a Japanese person smelling mature camembert for the first time is not a gap in sophistication or sensory capability, it's a gap in history. This understanding has practical implications for the global cheese trade that go beyond simple observation. The markets where the most intensely flavoured, most aromatically assertive cheeses have historically succeeded are markets with existing dairy food cultures. Western Europe, the American communities that descend from European immigrant traditions, the Latin American countries with significant Spanish and Italian immigrant populations. The markets where these cheeses have struggled, East Asia, Southeast Asia, much of sub-Saharan Africa, are markets where dairy fermentation has not historically been part of the food culture, and where the olfactory associations that make strong cheese appealing to Western consumers simply have not been built. This is not a permanent condition. Cheese consumption in Japan, South Korea, and China has been growing for decades, driven by exposure through Western fast food chains, through the globalization of pizza culture, and through the curious human tendency, when given repeated positive exposure to an unfamiliar food in a pleasant context, to eventually start finding it genuinely appealing. A Japanese consumer who encountered cheese first through a pizza topping, then through a light cream-based pasta sauce, then through a mild young Gouda, and then gradually through more assertive varieties, is replicating in a compressed timeline the same cultural acclimatization that European dairy cultures built over generations. The end point, actually wanting to eat something that smells like a warm locker room and tastes extraordinary, is achievable through the same mechanism that originally produced it in European cultures, repeated positive exposure until the association between that smell and that pleasure is established in the brain's most ancient and reliable filing system. What cheese teaches us about smell and culture is ultimately something about the remarkable plasticity of human sensory experience. The nervous system we're born with is capable of associating virtually any repeating sensory signal with virtually any emotional response, given the right pattern of exposure and context. Evolution gave us an olfactory system that provides fast, emotionally resonant warnings about environmental threats and rewards. Culture provides the library of associations that determines which signals get coded as threats and which as rewards. The fact that this library varies so dramatically across human communities that one group's symbol of culinary sophistication is another group's reason to leave the room is not a failure of the system. It's the system working exactly as designed, faithfully recording and retrieving the specific experience of the specific community that shaped it. Cheese, in all its aromatic variety, is simply one of the more vivid examples of that system in action. It is a food that tells you very directly and very specifically where you come from, not in the terroir sense of geography, but in the deeper sense of cultural formation. The nose, in this context, is not just smelling cheese. It's reading your own history. In 1903, a young Canadian named James Lewis Kraft arrived in Chicago with $65, a rented horse, a wagon, and an idea that was, by the standards of the existing cheese industry, so obvious it was almost embarrassing that nobody had already done it properly. The idea was delivery. Not the manufacture of cheese, not any particular innovation in aging or flavour development, just the unglamorous, logistically tedious, genuinely essential business of getting cheese from wholesale warehouses to the small retail grocers and delicatessens of a growing city in better condition, more reliably and more conveniently than the existing supply chain was managing. Kraft had watched the cheese distribution system operate and had concluded, correctly as it turned out, that it was poorly organised, wasteful, and wide open for someone willing to work harder than the incumbents. He was not wrong, and he was apparently willing to work extremely hard, because within a few years he had established a functioning distribution operation and had moved from horse and wagon deliveries to a business of some substance. The early years were not straightforwardly successful. Kraft's first venture in cheese distribution failed fairly completely, consuming the original $65 and a good deal more that he had borrowed, and leaving him with considerable debt and the kind of hard-won knowledge about what doesn't. Work that is invaluable as long as you survive acquiring it. He did survive, and he tried again, this time bringing his brothers into the enterprise and building the J.L. Kraft and Bros Company that would eventually become one of the most significant food businesses in American history. By 1909, the company had grown to the point where it required a proper manufacturing and distribution infrastructure, rather than simply a purchasing and resale operation. By 1914, it was a genuinely substantial cheese company, purchasing, processing, and distributing large quantities of cheese across the American Midwest, and beginning to expand into other regions. The problem with natural cheese, which Kraft was experiencing directly and viscerally as a distributor before he became a manufacturer, is a problem that the previous chapters have established with some detail. Natural cheese is alive. It continues to age. Its flavour profile shifts over time, accelerating in warm weather and slowing in cold, responding to humidity fluctuations, continuing to develop through enzymatic and microbial activity that does not pause politely while the cheese sits in transit, or on a retailer's shelf waiting to be sold. A wheel of natural aged cheese that was in ideal condition when it left the warehouse might be significantly overripe by the time it was opened in a retail shop 2 weeks later, or might have developed surface molds that a retail customer, lacking the context to evaluate them, would find alarming. The short shelf life and flavour instability of natural cheese created real problems for anyone trying to distribute it at scale, across a large geography, with the transportation infrastructure available in the early 20th century. It was not a theoretical problem, it was a daily operational challenge with direct commercial consequences. The solution that Kraft arrived at, which he patented in 1916, following initial work in 1915, in a patent application that is one of the more consequential documents in the history of American food, was to cook the cheese. Specifically, to take natural cheese, shred it, melt it, and combine it with sodium phosphate as an emulsifying agent, then pour the resulting homogeneous liquid into sterilized containers and seal them while hot, allowing the contents to cool into a stable, consistent, shelf-stable product that would remain in essentially the same condition whether it sat in a warehouse for a week or a retail shelf for a month. The heat treatment eliminated the microbial activity responsible for continued aging and for spoilage. The sodium phosphate emulsifier kept the fat and protein matrix stable and prevented the product from separating or becoming greasy when heated, which gave it cooking properties that natural cheese, with its tendency to break into oily and protein, components under high heat could not reliably provide. The sealed, sterilized container gave it a shelf life measured in months rather than weeks. What Kraft had invented was not, strictly speaking, cheese. It was a processed cheese product, a food derived from cheese through a manufacturing process that fundamentally altered its character and its biological status. The natural microorganisms responsible for flavor development and aging were dead. The complex enzymatic processes that would otherwise continue to transform the product over time were arrested. The texture and meltability were determined not by the aging process or the microbial community, but by the manufacturing process and the emulsifier chemistry. The flavor was the flavor of the cheese at the moment it was processed, locked in place, and prevented from developing further in either direction. You could say, and purists did say, with some justification, that what had been made was a very stable, very consistent, very shelf-stable thing that had started life as cheese and had been transformed into something else. Kraft, for his part, referred to it as processed cheese, and eventually processed cheese, a designation that has remained in the regulatory vocabulary ever since, and that the natural cheese world has occasionally deployed with the precise intonation of a description rather than a compliment. None of this mattered in 1917, when the United States Army placed an order for approximately 6 million pounds of Kraft's processed cheese, which was canned, packed, and shipped to American soldiers fighting in France. The Army's procurement officers were not making an aesthetic judgment when they chose processed cheese over natural cheese for wartime rations. They were making a logistical one. 6 million pounds of natural-aged cheese shipped across the Atlantic Ocean on military supply vessels and distributed through a field supply chain to soldiers in the front lines and behind them would have arrived in variable and largely unpredictable condition. Some of it would have been excellent, some of it would have been inedible. The range of outcomes was the problem. 6 million pounds of Kraft processed cheese in sealed cans would arrive in essentially identical condition to the condition in which it had left the factory, would tolerate the temperature fluctuations and rough handling of military logistics, without meaningful quality loss, and would be reliably safe and edible for the duration of a campaign. The Army knew what it was getting, which is the most important thing a military supply officer can say about a food product. The cheese knew nothing about any of this, being cheese, but its contribution to American military capability in the First World War was recognized by the Army Quartermaster Corps with the kind of practical appreciation that military logisticians reserve for things that actually work. The military contract was transformative for Kraft's business in several ways simultaneously. It provided revenue at a scale that funded substantial manufacturing expansion. It validated the processed cheese concept for a large institutional customer whose endorsement carried weight. And it created, among the millions of soldiers who ate Kraft cheese in the field and survived the war to return home, a population of consumers who were familiar with the product and had eaten it under conditions that, whatever their other qualities, were not pleasant, which meant that associating Kraft cheese with peacetime civilian life was not a particularly difficult marketing challenge. You did not need to convince a returning doughboy that processed cheese was appropriate food. He had been eating it in a trench. A kitchen was an improvement regardless of what was being served. The interwar period saw Kraft's processed cheese business expand dramatically, driven by both commercial innovation and the particular social and economic conditions of the 1920s American consumer market. The Velveeta brand, introduced by the Phoenix Cheese Corporation in 1928 and acquired by Kraft in 1927. The chronology here is slightly complicated because corporate acquisition timelines in the food industry are rarely clean, became the defining product of the premium processed cheese category, marketed as a nutritious, digestible, versatile cooking ingredient suitable for the modern American home kitchen. Velveeta's specific chemistry differed from Kraft's earlier processed cheese in ways that produced a notably smoother, more homogeneous texture, the result of using whey protein in addition to cheese protein as a base material combined with more refined emulsifier chemistry, and its very wide range of melting behaviors made it genuinely useful in cooking applications where natural cheese behaved unpredictably. You could make a smooth, stable, non-oily cheese sauce from Velveeta with complete reliability, which was not something that a cook working with natural cheese could guarantee, and the consistency of that result was valued by the growing population of American home cooks who were navigating the expanding landscape of packaged and processed foods. The Depression-era 1930s and wartime 1940s were, ironically, periods of significant market expansion for processed cheese brands, despite their general context of economic contraction and privation. Processed cheese was relatively inexpensive, shelf-stable, protein-rich, and familiar, exactly the properties valued by consumers managing tight household budgets and by a wartime government managing food rationing programs. The American processed cheese slice, the individually wrapped, pre-portioned, rubbery square that would eventually become one of the most recognizable food products in the world, was developed during this period as a convenience innovation designed to eliminate the slicing, portioning, and wrapping steps that added time and friction to food preparation. Each slice was pre-portioned to a standard size, wrapped individually in its own protective packaging, and required no preparation beyond unwrapping and placing on whatever it was destined for. The cheese slice was the fast food of cheese, and it arrived historically just as fast food itself was beginning to take shape as an American phenomenon, which was probably not a coincidence. The relationship between processed cheese and American fast food culture is one of the most consequential and least celebrated partnerships in the history of food service, and it operates through the same logic that drove the Army's preference for Kraft cheese during the war: consistency at scale. A cheeseburger at a fast food restaurant is made by workers with varying skill levels, served under conditions of considerable time pressure, built on equipment that varies in temperature and consistency, and delivered to a consumer who has formed a specific flavor expectation based on previous encounters with the product. For the cheese component of that transaction to work reliably, to melt at the right rate onto the hot patty, to adhere to the other ingredients, to contribute the expected flavor without overwhelming or undercutting the overall balance, to look the same whether it was assembled at 11 a.m. or 2 a.m., you need a cheese product whose behavior under heat is predictable to a degree that natural cheese cannot match. Processed cheese delivers that predictability. It was designed to deliver it. The consistency that critics identify as a flaw in processed cheese from a flavor perspective is, from a fast food operations perspective, exactly the point. The invention of Cheese Whiz in 1952, a spoonable, spreadable, jar-packaged processed cheese product that required no refrigeration until opening and could be dispensed as a condiment or cooking ingredient with minimal effort, represented another extension of the processed cheese philosophy into a new format category. Cheese Whiz was designed partly as a convenience product for home use, and partly as an ingredient for the food service industry, where its stability, ease of use, and consistent behavior made it attractive for applications ranging from stadium concession stands to institutional food service. It is perhaps worth noting that the original Cheese Whiz formula, developed in the early 1950s, actually contained a meaningful proportion of real-aged cheese as a flavor base, and that the product's flavor profile was considerably more genuine than its later iterations, which increasingly substituted artificial flavorings as the real cheese content was reduced for cost reasons over subsequent decades. The original Cheese Whiz was, in other words, closer to processed cheese than to cheese-flavored product, a distinction that matters more than it might initially seem. The cultural and culinary consequences of processed cheese's dominance in the American market through the mid-20th century are complex and have been argued about by food critics and food historians with considerable energy and somewhat limited consensus. The negative case, the one made by artisan cheese enthusiasts and serious food writers, holds that the processed cheese tradition created multiple generations of American consumers whose primary, and in many cases only, sustained experience with cheese was with products of minimal flavor complexity, and that this early exposure calibrated their expectations in ways that made genuinely flavorful, natural cheese seem exotic, unfamiliar, or excessive when they eventually encountered it. There is a reasonable amount of evidence for this view. The American per capita consumption of artisan and specialty cheese was, for most of the mid-20th century, low by international standards, and consumer resistance to strong flavors in cheese, the same resistance that limited the market for genuinely aged cheddars, pungent washed rind cheeses, and complex blue cheeses, was frequently cited by importers and specialty retailers as a market barrier. If your formative cheese experience is the American processed slice, a ripe Munster is not a natural next step. The positive case, and it is worth making seriously even if it's less fashionable in culinary circles, is that the democratization of cheese access through processed products genuinely did what the word democratization implies. It made a protein-rich, nutritious, shelf-stable food product accessible to populations that would not otherwise have had reliable access to cheese at all. Before Kraft and the processed cheese industry, cheese was not a particularly democratic food in the United States. Quality natural cheese was available primarily in urban areas, with established immigrant communities that maintained European dairy traditions. In the rural Midwest, in the South, in the rapidly growing suburban communities of the post-war era, quality natural cheese was often simply not available. Not because people didn't want it, but because the distribution infrastructure for perishable. Specialty food hadn't followed the population. Processed cheese in a sealed package, shipped from a centralized manufacturing facility, could reach a grocery store in rural Kansas or suburban Phoenix with the same reliability as a grocery store in New York or San Francisco. It was not the most complex or interesting food ever developed, but it was food, it was nutritious, and it got there. James Kraft himself, who died in 1953 having lived to see the company he founded become one of the largest food businesses in the world, was by all accounts a deeply religious man with a genuine conviction that his work was contributing to human welfare rather than simply profit. He spoke publicly about the role of accessible, affordable food in human health and dignity, and while it would be naive to take corporate philanthropic rhetoric entirely at face value, there is also no reason to dismiss it entirely. Kraft genuinely believed that making cheese more available to more Americans was a good thing. Whether the specific form that availability took was entirely desirable is a different question, and one that becomes more complex the further you look. But the impulse behind it, the recognition that access to nutritious food is not a luxury but a fundamental need, and that the distribution and preservation technology of the time created unnecessary barriers to that access, was not an ignoble one. The legacy of the Kraft processed cheese revolution extends well beyond the specific products the company produced. It established the template for the industrialization of dairy products in the United States, and eventually globally. The idea that cheese could be manufactured at industrial scale with standardized inputs, controlled processes, and consistent outputs, and that the primary virtues of a food product were consistency, safety, shelf stability, and accessibility rather than artisanal character or flavor complexity. This template has shaped the cheese markets of most of the world's wealthy industrial nations, producing an enormous quantity of inexpensive, reliable, technically competent cheese that constitutes the majority of global cheese consumption. It has also in the process significantly diminished the market for and cultural familiarity with the kinds of cheese that the previous chapters of this documentary have described. The traditionally made, biologically complex, geographically specific living products of centuries of accumulated dairy craft. Both of these things are true simultaneously, and the tension between them defines much of the contemporary conversation about what cheese is, what it should be, and who it's for. The American processed cheese industry also had a significant and somewhat ironic influence on the revival of artisan cheese culture that began in the United States in the 1980s. The processed cheese dominance of the mid-century created, by the 1970s and early 1980s, a generation of American food consumers who were simultaneously broadly familiar with cheese as a food category and almost entirely unfamiliar with what genuinely good natural cheese tasted like. When the American natural foods movement began reconnecting urban consumers with artisanal food production, through farmers' markets, through imported specialty cheeses becoming more widely available, through food media starting to take the category. Seriously, the contrast with processed cheese created a kind of reverse effect. People who had grown up eating processed cheese slices encountered a well-made aged farmhouse cheddar or a properly ripened imported camembert and experienced something like a revelation. Not just a better version of a familiar food, but a completely different proposition about what cheese could be. The very flatness of the processed cheese baseline made the contrast with genuine quality dramatically apparent, which arguably accelerated the uptake of the artisan cheese movement among consumers who might otherwise have moved through the category. More gradually, the cheese aisle at an American supermarket in 2005 compared to the same aisle in 1975 reflects this evolution in compressed form. In 1975, that aisle would have been dominated by Kraft and its competitors, with processed and semi-processed products occupying most of the available space and a modest selection of domestic natural cheeses, mostly cheddar, Swiss, Munster, and Monterey Jack filling the remainder. The imported cheese section, if one existed at all, would have been small and intimidating to most shoppers. By 2005, most major American supermarkets had expanded their natural and specialty cheese offerings substantially. Imported cheeses from France, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom had achieved meaningful mainstream distribution. And American artisan producers, the very tradition that the processed cheese era had nearly crowded out entirely, were producing award-winning cheeses that were achieving both critical recognition and commercial viability. The processed cheese products were still there, still selling in very large quantities to a very large population of consumers who wanted and valued their specific properties. But they were no longer alone, and the definition of what American cheese culture could include had expanded considerably. James Kraft, starting with $65 and a horse in Chicago in 1903, could not have predicted any of this. He was solving an immediate distribution problem with available tools, responding to commercial pressures with practical ingenuity, and building a business that would eventually become, in various ways, both an emblem of American food culture's best. Qualities, accessibility, convenience, democratic reach, and an example of what gets lost when efficiency and consistency are the only values in play. The processed cheese revolution democratized access to a food that had been unnecessarily restricted by distribution limitations. It also, in the process, set a floor of expectation for what cheese was supposed to taste like that took several generations to raise. Both legacies are real. Both are still with us. The cheese aisle is larger than ever, and somewhere in it the individually wrapped processed slices and the $60 wheels of artisan-aged cheddar exist in quiet commercial coexistence, representing two different answers to the same question. What should cheese be for? The regulatory history of processed cheese in the United States is worth a brief detour, because it illuminates how food law has struggled to keep pace with industrial food innovation since the very beginning of that innovation. When Kraft first began selling his processed cheese product in significant quantities, there was no clear regulatory category for what he was selling. The existing legal framework for cheese described natural-aged products and their adulteration, the things you were not allowed to put in real cheese, but said relatively little about the deliberate manufacture of a cheese-derived product that was something other than natural cheese. The food industry was, as it frequently is in periods of rapid innovation, ahead of the regulatory vocabulary available to describe it. The FDA's engagement with processed cheese products unfolded over several decades of the early and mid-20th century, producing a series of regulatory definitions and standards of identity that attempted to draw boundaries around what could be called cheese, what had to be called processed cheese, what was pasteurized processed cheese food, what was pasteurized processed cheese spread, and what was a cheese product, each category reflecting a different degree of departure from natural. Cheese and carrying different labeling requirements. The distinctions between these categories involve specific minimum cheese content percentages, moisture limits, fat content requirements, and permitted ingredient lists, and they are laid out in the Code of Federal Regulations with the kind of meticulous bureaucratic precision that food law generates when commercial interests, consumer protection concerns, and the practical challenges of defining something that exists on a continuous spectrum all arrive at the same table simultaneously. What this regulatory history reveals, beyond its intrinsic fascination for a narrow audience of food lawyers and industry specialists, is the degree to which the processed cheese innovation forced a fundamental question about what cheese actually is. As a legal matter, the answer that the regulatory framework eventually settled on, essentially that cheese is a natural product defined by traditional production parameters, and that processed cheese products are a distinct category defined by their manufacturing. Process and their cheese content is defensible but not fully satisfying. It puts the manufactured product in a different box from the artisanal one, which is accurate, but it doesn't fully capture what was gained and what was lost in the transition between them. Cheese as a legal category turned out to be considerably easier to specify than cheese as a cultural or culinary one, and the space between the legal definition and the cultural reality is where most of the interesting arguments about processed cheese live. The international reception of American processed cheese products offers a revealing study in how food culture and industrial food meet with varying results in different national contexts. In countries with strong established dairy traditions, France, Italy, Switzerland, the Netherlands, processed American-style cheese products were received with various degrees of resistance and incredulity. The French, famously, have opinions about cheese, and those opinions did not generally accommodate individually wrapped orange-tinted slices in the same conceptual space as a wheel of Comté. Velveeta achieved essentially no market penetration in France, partly for flavour reasons and partly because the product occupied a category, convenient shelf-stable processed cheese, for which French consumers had no particular demand, having been raised to understand cheese as a product that was worth seeking out fresh, selecting carefully, and eating at the appropriate moment in a meal. The French cheese counter, with its hundreds of varieties organized by type and stage of ripeness, and tended by specialists who could discuss the specific merits of each wheel individually, represents a retail philosophy that is not easily competed with by a product whose primary selling points are shelf stability and unwrapping speed. In contrast, markets that were developing their food retail infrastructure in the mid-20th century, newly urbanizing populations in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, for whom packaged, shelf-stable, nationally distributed food products were genuinely new and modern rather than a step down from something better, often received processed cheese products without the pre-existing cultural framework that made European consumers skeptical. Kraft and its competitors invested significantly in markets across Asia, the Middle East and Africa from the 1950s onward, often establishing their processed products as the primary form in which those populations first encountered cheese at all. The consequences of this sequencing, in which the first cheese experience for millions of consumers was a processed product rather than a natural one, are still visible in the global cheese market, where taste preferences in many developing markets remain oriented toward mild, processed-style products, and where the market for complex natural cheeses has developed more slowly than the overall dairy market growth would predict. The story of Laughing Cow cheese, La Vache qui rit in French, created by the Bell Company in France in 1921, and now distributed in more than 100 countries, adds an interesting European counterpoint to the Kraft narrative. The Laughing Cow was also a processed cheese product, also made from natural cheese processed with emulsifying salts, also marketed as a convenient, shelf-stable, portable cheese product suitable for family use. But its origins were French, its design was European, and its presentation, the distinctive circular packaging, the individual foil-wrapped wedges, the cheerful cow logo that has not changed significantly in a century, placed it in a different cultural register than the American processed slice. It was marketed as a snack product specifically, not as a cooking ingredient or a direct substitute for natural table cheese, which gave it a market position that didn't require it to compete directly with the established French natural cheese tradition. And it was made for much of its history from somewhat better quality-based cheese than the most aggressively cost-reduced American processed products, which gave it a flavor profile that, while not complex, was at least recognizably cheese-derived. The Laughing Cow's global success, it is currently one of the most widely distributed cheese brands in the world, available in markets where sophisticated natural cheese has never penetrated, demonstrates that the processed cheese format can succeed across cultural contexts when it occupies the right market position, and doesn't ask consumers to accept it as a substitute for something they already value. Where Velveeta failed in France by presenting itself as a replacement for natural cheese in a country that knew perfectly well what natural cheese was, the Laughing Cow succeeded globally by presenting itself as a new and specific thing, a portable, child-friendly, lunchbox-compatible dairy snack, in markets where no equivalent product already existed. The lesson is not that processed cheese is universally accepted or rejected, but that its acceptance depends heavily on what it's asking consumers to give up or replace. What Kraft and the broader processed cheese industry ultimately demonstrated is that the forces shaping food culture are not purely aesthetic or culinary. They are economic, logistical, and social, in ways that interact with culinary values in complex and not always predictable ways. The best-tasting food does not automatically win market share. The most convenient food does not automatically displace the most interesting food. What actually happens in food markets is a continuous negotiation between these forces, shaped by income levels, infrastructure, distribution capacity, regulatory frameworks, cultural traditions, and the particular moment in which a new product arrives. Kraft's processed cheese arrived at a moment when American food culture was in transition, urbanizing, industrializing, moving away from farm-based provisioning toward retail-based food purchasing, and it arrived with exactly the properties that moment required. Whether it arrived with the properties that moment deserved is a different and more interesting question, and one that the subsequent decades of American cheese culture have been working toward an answer. That answer, if it can be stated tentatively, seems to be something like both. The processed cheese revolution delivered something genuinely valuable, even if it also costs something genuinely valuable in the process. The scales on which those gains and losses are weighed depend entirely on what you value most in food: consistency and access, or complexity and character. And the disagreement between those who weight the scales differently has not been resolved, and probably will not be. The cheese aisle, in its current form, is the visual representation of that ongoing negotiation. The processed slices and the artisan wheels, the Velveeta and the raw milk-aged cheddar, the laughing cow and the époisse that requires refrigeration. And a certain amount of personal fortitude, all present simultaneously, all serving someone's idea of what cheese should be. There is a moment in the history of any food that goes global, when it tips from being a regional curiosity into being simply part of the landscape, when it stops being something you have to seek out and becomes something that finds you. For pizza, and for the mozzarella that defines it, that moment occurred sometime in the second half of the 20th century, with a speed and completeness that would have astonished anyone watching from the outside. In 1950, pizza was an ethnic food eaten primarily by Italian-American communities in a handful of American cities, served at neighborhood restaurants that catered to specific immigrant populations and largely unknown to most of the American public. By 1980, it was a national staple. By 2000, it was a global phenomenon present in virtually every country on Earth with a functioning food service industry. By the time Alto Dairy in Wisconsin was producing 250,000 pounds of mozzarella per day, enough to cover approximately 500,000 pizzas before lunch, the cheese that less than a century earlier had been a regional specialty of the Campania region of southern Italy had become, by volume, the most consumed cheese in the United States, surpassing even cheddar, which had been the American cheese for most of the previous 2 centuries. The world had been conquered. It had been done with stretched curd and tomato sauce, and the process had taken about 50 years. To understand how this happened, you need to understand what mozzarella actually is, because its physical properties, the specific way it melts, stretches, and browns, are not incidental to its global success. They are the mechanism of it. Mozzarella belongs to a family of cheeses called pasta filata, which translates roughly from Italian as spun paste or stretched curd, and the production technique that defines this family is unlike the technique used for any other major cheese. Style. After the curds are formed and drained in the initial cheese-making stages, they are submerged in hot water, or, in traditional production, hot whey, at a temperature of approximately 70 to 80 degrees Celsius, and then physically worked, stretched, folded, pulled, and kneaded until the protein matrix of the curd aligns into long parallel fibers running through the cheese body. This fibrous alignment is the structural feature that gives mozzarella its characteristic properties: the elastic stretchiness when melted, the distinctive way it pulls away in strings rather than simply flowing or running, the combination of melt and structure that makes it uniquely well suited to pizza topping in ways that no other cheese manages with quite the same effect. The chemistry behind this stretching behavior involves the relationship between 2 components of the cheese's protein and mineral structure: the casein protein network and the calcium that cross-links it. In a freshly made, properly produced mozzarella, the casein proteins are in a state that food scientists describe as partially deesterified and relatively mobile. The calcium connections between protein chains are present but not fully set, allowing the protein matrix to flow and stretch when heated rather than breaking, separating or flowing into a greasy pool. This specific balance, enough calcium and protein connectivity to give structure, but not so much that the matrix becomes rigid, is what produces the elastic melt. Age the mozzarella for a few weeks, and calcium levels redistribute, the protein structure changes, and the melt behavior deteriorates. Underage it, and the moisture is too high and the structure too loose. The window for optimal pizza mozzarella performance is specific and relatively brief, which is one reason why industrial mozzarella production is so tightly engineered around controlling the exact conditions of each production step. The researchers at the Wisconsin Center for Dairy Research, a facility that is, depending on your perspective, either the most dedicated cheese science institution in the world or proof that Wisconsin's commitment to its dairy heritage extends all the way into the university system, have spent considerable effort studying exactly what makes pizza mozzarella perform optimally, and their research has produced findings that are simultaneously very precise and slightly wonderful. The standard measurement used to assess mozzarella's stretching quality is literally a ruler. A disc of mozzarella is melted on a standard pizza base under controlled conditions. A fork is inserted into the melted cheese, and the fork is raised at a controlled rate while researchers measure how far the cheese strand stretches before breaking. The target for what has been designated ideal pizza mozzarella is a stretch of approximately 16 inches, roughly 40 centimeters, before the strand breaks cleanly. Too little stretch indicates excessive brittleness, usually from over-acidification or too much calcium loss during production. Too much stretch, or a strand that doesn't break cleanly but instead becomes thin and stringy and adheres to everything, indicates a protein structure that is too mobile, typically a sign of underage or incorrect moisture content. 16 inches is the number. Dairy scientists have a ruler. This is what Wisconsin does for fun on a Tuesday. The cultural story of how mozzarella and pizza travelled from Campania to global ubiquity runs through the Italian diaspora of the late 19th and early 20th centuries in the most direct possible way. The southern Italian immigrants who arrived in large numbers in the United States between approximately 1880 and 1924, the great wave of immigration that fundamentally reshaped the ethnic composition of American cities, brought with them the food. Traditions of their home regions, including the flatbread and tomato preparations that were a staple of Neapolitan street food and working-class cooking. The specific form that pizza took in America was shaped both by the original Italian tradition and by the American ingredients and cooking conditions available to immigrant producers, different wheat flours, different ovens, the availability of specific local cheeses in the years before domestic mozzarella production was established, and the preferences of a customer base that included both Italian immigrants and, increasingly, non-Italian Americans encountering the food for the first time. The early American pizza, as documented in the histories of the first pizza restaurants that opened in cities like New York, New Haven, and Chicago in the first decades of the 20th century, was a product of this hybridization. Lombardi's, opened in New York in 1905 and generally credited as the first American pizzeria, was making a product recognizably descended from Neapolitan tradition, but already adapted to American conditions and tastes. The mozzarella available in those early years was typically fresh, hand-pulled, and made in small quantities by Italian immigrant producers serving specific neighborhood communities, not the industrial product that would later define the category, but a craft product made by people who had brought the knowledge of pasta fillita production from home and were applying it to whatever milk was locally available. The transformation of pizza from an Italian-American ethnic specialty to a mainstream American food happened in phases, each one expanding both the geographic reach of the product and the scale of the cheese production required to supply it. The first major phase was the post-World War II expansion of pizzerias across American cities, driven partly by the exposure that American soldiers had to Italian food culture during the Italian campaign, and partly by the general post-war prosperity that made eating out more accessible to a broader demographic. Returning soldiers who had eaten pizza in Italy, or who had encountered it in Italian-American neighborhoods before the war, brought a familiarity with the product into the mainstream American consumer market that the pre-war pizzerias had never managed to achieve. The cultural barrier between Italian ethnic food and general American food consumption was not fully breached by this, but it was significantly eroded, and the number of pizzerias operating in American cities grew substantially through the late 1940s and 1950s. The second phase, and the one that truly nationalized pizza, was the development of the American pizza chain, the model of standardized, franchised, delivery-capable pizza production that began with a handful of regional operations in the 1950s and achieved truly national scale through the 1960s and 1970s. Pizza Hut, founded in Wichita, Kansas in 1958 by brothers Dan and Frank Carney, with a $600 loan from their mother, a founding story that shares the scrappy origin energy of the craft story without the horse, was among the first to crack the formula for scaling a regional specialty into a national brand. Domino's, founded in Ypsilanti, Michigan in 1960 by Tom Monahan and his brother James with the purchase of a single small pizza restaurant, took a different approach, focusing specifically on delivery speed rather than dine-in experience, eventually developing the 30-minute delivery guarantee that became one of the most famous marketing commitments in fast food history, and that also, eventually, created a certain number of traffic incidents that led to the policy being discontinued. The chain's rapid expansion created enormous demand for standardized, consistent, shelf-stable pizza mozzarella at a scale that small artisan producers could not begin to supply. This demand problem is what drove the industrialization of American mozzarella production, and it is why Wisconsin, which had been the center of American industrial cheese production since the late 19th century for reasons of geography, immigrant dairy expertise and agricultural infrastructure, became the epicenter of the mozzarella production revolution. The Wisconsin dairy industry, which had primarily been producing cheddar, Colby, and other aged American-style cheeses, pivoted substantially toward mozzarella through the 1970s and 1980s as pizza chain demand grew. The technical challenges of producing pasta filata cheese at industrial scale are considerable. The stretching and forming operations that were traditionally done by hand require sophisticated mechanical equipment to replicate at volume, and the precise control of acidification, temperature, and timing during production requires more sophisticated process management than most other cheese types. Wisconsin dairy scientists and engineers worked through these challenges systematically, and the result was a domestic industrial mozzarella production capacity that, by the late 1970s, was capable of supplying the American pizza industry's growing needs at consistent quality and competitive cost. The specific product that emerged from this industrial development, low-moisture part-skim mozzarella, which is the variety that appears on the vast majority of American pizzas, is a somewhat different animal from the fresh mozzarella that Neapolitan pizza traditions prize, and the differences are worth understanding because they reflect deliberate engineering choices rather than arbitrary divergence. Fresh mozzarella, made and consumed within hours or days, has a high moisture content, a delicate milky flavor, and a soft texture that produces a luxurious but somewhat watery melt on a pizza. Gorgeous in the right context, somewhat flood-prone at industrial volume. Low-moisture mozzarella, typically pressed and aged for a short period before packaging, has lower moisture content, a longer shelf life, firmer texture, and a melt behavior that is more controlled and more suitable for the thermal conditions of a commercial pizza oven running at high temperature. It doesn't produce the same milky, delicate character as fresh mozzarella, but it produces the reliably golden, stretchy, slightly browned surface that became the visual and textural standard for American pizza, and it does so with the consistency that industrial food service requires. The globalization of pizza beyond the United States followed the general pattern of American cultural influence in the post-war world, with American fast food chains leading the market penetration in most regions, creating initial consumer familiarity with the product and establishing infrastructure, followed by local adaptations that took the format and reshaped it to local tastes, ingredients, and traditions. Pizza arrived in Japan primarily through American military presence and the American fast food chains that followed, and the Japanese food industry's response was characteristic. They took the format extremely seriously, developed their own understanding of the craft, and eventually produced pizza of a quality that would surprise anyone who assumed the globalization of a food necessarily meant its degradation. Japanese pizza culture today encompasses everything from faithful Neapolitan-style productions using wood-fired ovens and imported Italian flour to distinctly local creations featuring ingredients that no Neapolitan pizzaiolo would recognize, prepared with the meticulous attention to craft that Japanese food culture applies to virtually everything it adopts. In India, where the cow is sacred and beef is therefore not an appropriate pizza topping for a large portion of the population, and where significant vegetarian and halal dietary requirements apply to other meat toppings as well, the localization of pizza required substantial menu adaptation. The result was the development of an Indian pizza culture with its own characteristic flavor profile: spiced paneer, tandoori marinated ingredients, chili-forward flavor profiles, regional vegetable combinations, that uses the pizza format as a vehicle for essentially Indian flavors. The mozzarella, or a domestically produced approximation of it, remains the cheese of choice on these pizzas, partly because its neutral flavor accommodates strong toppings without competing with them, and partly because it has established itself globally as the default pizza cheese in ways that are difficult to dislodge even when local dairy traditions might suggest alternatives. The market data on mozzarella's ascent in the United States is worth examining in some detail, because the speed and completeness of the shift is genuinely striking. In 1970, cheddar was the dominant American cheese by a comfortable margin, accounting for roughly a third of all cheese consumed in the country. mozzarella was a distant second, primarily associated with Italian-American food context and significantly regional in its distribution. By 1990, the gap had narrowed dramatically. By the early 2000s, mozzarella had pulled approximately even with cheddar. By 2010, it had pulled ahead, and the margin has continued to grow. The United States now produces more mozzarella than any other single cheese variety, by a substantial amount, and the production capacity continues to expand to meet pizza industry demand that shows no signs of contracting. What drove this shift was not primarily changing consumer tastes in any sophisticated sense. It was pizza. More specifically, it was the continued expansion of pizza as a food service category, the growth of both restaurant and delivery pizza consumption, and the increasing penetration of pizza into institutional food service contexts, schools, hospitals, corporate cafeterias, airline catering, convenience retail, that extended the reach of mozzarella demand well beyond the dedicated pizza restaurant context where it had originated. Pizza became, in the American diet, one of those genuinely ubiquitous food formats, like the sandwich or the burger, that appears across virtually every eating occasion, every demographic group, every income level, and every geographic region, and wherever pizza went, mozzarella went with it. The irony of this story, which food historians have noted with appropriate bemusement, is that the mozzarella at the centre of this global conquest is not the mozzarella that any Italian tradition would recognize as the definitive expression of the cheese. Genuine mozzarella di bufala campana, the PDO protected product made from the milk of Italian water buffalo in specific provinces of Campania and Lazio, is a fresh cheese of extraordinary quality, delicate and milky and rich with a flavour that reflects the specific biology of buffalo milk, which has higher fat and protein content than cow's milk, and produces a notably richer, more complex product. It is eaten within hours of production, ideally, or at most within a day or two. It does not travel well. It does not survive the conditions of industrial distribution. It cannot be produced at anything approaching the scale that global pizza demand requires. And it behaves on a hot pizza in ways that, while producing a beautiful result, are not always compatible with the standardized cheese behavior that industrial pizza production requires. The industrial low-moisture part-skim mozzarella that has conquered the world is, in the view of Italian dairy traditionalists, a fairly distant relative of the product that originated in Campania, functional, reliable, and globally successful in ways that the original never could have been, but somewhat removed from the source. This divergence between the original artisan product and the global industrial product is not unique to mozzarella. It's a pattern that appears in the history of virtually every food that successfully globalized. The baguette sold at a supermarket in Seoul is not the baguette from a Parisian boulangerie. The sushi served at a restaurant in Kansas City is not the sushi from a Tokyo master. The croissant at an airport cafe is not the croissant from a great Viennese pastry kitchen. In each case, the global product captures enough of the essential character of the original to function as a recognizable representative of the category, while adapting sufficiently to the constraints of large-scale production and distribution to actually be available at global scale. Whether this represents corruption of the original or democratization of access is exactly the same argument that appeared in the discussion of processed cheese, just applied to a different product in a different cultural context. The answer, as before, is probably both. What the mozzarella story adds to that general pattern is the specific role of a single application, pizza, in driving the globalization of a food product at a speed and scale that would not have been achieved through direct consumer preference for the cheese alone. Mozzarella did not become the world's most consumed pizza cheese because consumers around the world discovered it and sought it out. It became ubiquitous because pizza became ubiquitous, and mozzarella came along for the ride. The cheese was, in this sense, the beneficiary of a vehicle, the pizza format, whose own success was driven by a combination of flavor, convenience, format flexibility, and the particular cultural power of American food industry expansion in the second half of the 20th century. Had pizza never achieved its global dominance, mozzarella would probably still be a regional Italian specialty and a significant but not dominant component of Italian-American food culture, produced in modest quantities and appreciated by people who knew what it was. Instead, it is the most consumed cheese in the United States and is present in more countries and more food service contexts than any other variety, except perhaps processed cheese products, and it got there not by conquering the world directly, but by attaching itself to something that did. The 30-second stop on this cheese's journey from Campania to global ubiquity is the University of Wisconsin-Madison, specifically the Center for Dairy Research and the Dairy Science Department more broadly, where researchers continue to study the precise conditions that produce optimal mozzarella performance in pizza applications. These researchers know, with a precision that would astonish the traditional mozzarella makers of Campania, exactly how the protein structure of industrially produced mozzarella changes as it ages, how different acidification protocols affect melt behavior, how moisture content influences browning rates, and how the specific ratio of fat to protein determines the balance between flow and stretch that creates the visual and textural signature of a well-made pizza. They publish their findings in food science journals read primarily by industrial dairy technologists and pizza chain food scientists. The traditional mozzarella makers of Campania, who have been producing pasta filata cheese by accumulated sensory knowledge and direct experience for at least 800 years, managed to produce extraordinary results without most of this information. Both approaches work. They are simply optimizing for different things, one for reproducible industrial consistency at scale, the other for flavor and craft character, and the market seems to have, somewhat ambivalently, decided that it wants both in different contexts, for different occasions at different price points. The ruler in the Wisconsin laboratory measures the stretch. The nose and the palate in the Campanian dairy judge the quality. Neither is wrong. They are answering different questions about what mozzarella is supposed to do. The conquest of the world by mozzarella is, in miniature, the story of how food globalizes, not through any single dramatic transformation, but through the accumulation of millions of small transactions, each one involving someone somewhere choosing pizza over something else, and thereby adding another increment of demand to the system that eventually produced 250,000 pounds of mozzarella per day in Waupun, Wisconsin. No single pizza changed the world, but the cumulative weight of all those pizzas, eaten in all those restaurants and delivered in all those boxes across all those decades, did something that no diplomatic effort, no cultural program, and no deliberate policy could have accomplished. With anything like the same efficiency, it made one very specific Italian cheese familiar to the entire planet. The pasta filata technique that some anonymous Campanian cheesemaker developed somewhere in the medieval period, pulling hot curds into elastic sheets in a stone dairy above the Bay of Naples, now produces 250,000 pounds of product daily in the American Midwest to cover 500,000 pizzas before the day is out. The distance between those 2 points, in geography, in time, in scale, in culture, is the distance that food, when it finds the right vehicle, can travel. The supply chain that connects those 2 points is itself worth understanding, because it represents one of the more complex logistical systems in the global food economy and operates at a scale that most people who eat pizza daily never have. Occasion to consider. The mozzarella on a typical American pizza has traveled a longer and more technically involved journey than most people who eat it are aware of. Beginning with milk collected from dairy farms in a specific regional catchment, in Wisconsin's case, typically farms within a few dozen miles of the processing facility, because fresh milk transport is economical only within limited distances. The milk arrives at the cheese plant within hours of milking, undergoes pasteurization and standardization of fat and protein content, is inoculated with specific starter cultures, and coagulated with rennet, processed through the pasta filata stretching operation that gives the cheese its characteristic fiber structure, formed into blocks or shreds or slices depending on the intended application, chilled rapidly to arrest biological activity, packaged under controlled atmosphere conditions to extend shelf life, and then refrigerated trucked to distribution centers serving regional food service customers. At the food service end of that supply chain, the cheese is held in refrigerated storage at the pizza restaurant, portioned according to the restaurant's standard recipe specifications, often by weight on a calibrated scale, because consistency is commercial survival in the chain food service model, applied to the pizza base along with sauce and toppings, and put in an oven that was itself engineered to specific temperature and air circulation parameters designed to produce the browning, melting and stretching behavior that consumers expect. The entire system, from farm to finished pizza, involves multiple precisely controlled thermal, biological, chemical, and mechanical interventions each one optimized to produce a specific outcome and each one contributing to the consistency that the global pizza market expects and requires. It is, in its way, a remarkable feat of supply chain engineering. The pizza that arrives at your door 30 minutes after ordering, with the cheese stretched and browned in the specific way that you know from experience it will be, is the output of that system performing correctly from one end to the other. The contrast between this supply chain and the production of genuine mozzarella di bufala in Campania is so complete that they might almost be considered different products that share a name and a distant ancestor, rather than variations on the same theme. Buffalo milk mozzarella begins with water buffalo, a species that is not interchangeable with dairy cows, that requires specific climate and management conditions that limit its practical range to specific parts of southern Italy and a few other regions, and that produces milk in quantities vastly smaller than modern dairy cattle. A water buffalo produces between 5 and 10 litres of milk per day under good conditions. A modern high-yielding Holstein dairy cow produces 50 litres or more. The economics of buffalo mozzarella production are therefore fundamentally different from the economics of industrial cow's milk mozzarella, and those economics are reflected directly in the price differential between them, a price differential that can easily be tenfold or greater. The making of genuine mozzarella di bufala is a craft process conducted under time pressure, because the milk is extremely perishable and the cheese is ideally consumed within 12 to 24 hours of production. The Campanian dairy worker who pulls the hot curd, a process done by hand in traditional production, with the hands plunged into water hot enough to be uncomfortable and requiring practice and developed technique to manage correctly, is performing a skilled manual operation that machines can approximate but cannot fully replicate for the highest quality product. The result has a texture and flavour that industrial mozzarella does not and cannot match. A clean, milky sweetness, a delicate elasticity, a slight tang from the fermentation, and a richness from the buffalo fat content that gives the cheese a quality that its industrial cousin, for all its operational virtues, simply does not possess. The coexistence of these two products under the same name is one of the more striking examples of how globalization has stretched food terminology across an enormous quality and character range. When a consumer in Japan orders a pizza with mozzarella, and when a chef in Naples selects fresh buffalo mozzarella for an insalata caprese, they are nominally working with the same ingredient. The actual experience is about as similar as drinking a supermarket house brand red wine and a Grand Cru Burgundy. Both are wine, both are mozzarella. The divergence in quality, in production philosophy, in the relationship between the product and its place of origin, and in what the producer was trying to achieve is enormous. The market has accommodated both, and the presence of one does not negate the reality of the other. The pizza economy's demand for mozzarella has also had geographic consequences for dairy farming that are worth noting. The concentration of mozzarella production in Wisconsin is not merely a historical accident of the state's existing dairy infrastructure. It is the result of a deliberate industrial strategy that reshaped the state's cheese production profile over several decades in response to market signals. Wisconsin farms that had previously raised cattle primarily for cheddar production shifted toward varieties better suited to pizza mozzarella applications. Breeding programs optimized milk protein content for pasta filata performance. The state's dairy research infrastructure, those cheese scientists with their rulers, aligned substantially with the practical needs of industrial mozzarella production. The result is a regional agricultural economy that is now heavily dependent on a market that did not exist in any meaningful form before the 1960s, and that has grown to its current scale through a combination of technological capability, market demand, and the specific cultural momentum of pizza as a global food form. Beyond the United States, the global spread of pizza has stimulated mozzarella production in regions that have developed their own domestic production capacity in response to local demand growth. Australia, Brazil, Argentina, and various European countries outside the traditional Italian production zone have all developed significant domestic mozzarella industries, typically producing low-moisture industrial varieties suited to their local pizza markets. The growth of pizza consumption in China and India has stimulated dairy industry investment in both countries, aimed partly at meeting local pizza mozzarella demand, though the domestic products in both cases are still developing toward the technical standards of established industrial producers. The global mozzarella market is, by any measure, a growth market, and it is growing specifically because pizza continues to expand into new demographic and geographic contexts with each passing decade. For most of human history, whey was the embarrassing byproduct that nobody wanted to talk about. It was the pale yellow liquid left behind after cheesemakers extracted the valuable curds, the part of the milk that was not cheese, the thing that happened when the useful bit was removed. For every pound of cheese produced, somewhere between 8 and 10 pounds of whey remained. And for most of the centuries that cheese has been made, the question of what to do with this volume of somewhat nutritious, rapidly perishable liquid was one of the more tedious operational challenges in dairy production. It couldn't be thrown away entirely, and the volumes were too large, and the environmental consequences eventually became a genuine problem. It couldn't be stored easily because it spoiled quickly. It wasn't particularly interesting to eat or drink in its natural state, being watery, slightly sour, and possessed of a flavour profile that might charitably be described as cheese-adjacent without the redeeming characteristics. And yet, there it was, accumulating in vast quantities in every dairy and every cheese-making operation that had ever existed, waiting for someone to figure out what it was actually good for. The answer, which took approximately 8,000 years of cheese-making to fully arrive at, is quite a lot, actually. The whey protein isolates and concentrates that line the shelves of every gym supplement store in the developed world, the powders that have become the default tool of everyone from competitive athletes to weekend warriors to teenagers who have just discovered the concept of protein and are taking it somewhat personally, are derived from this same discarded liquid that ancient cheesemakers were sluicing into ditches. The industry built around selling it is currently valued at approximately $10 billion annually, and continues to grow at a rate that suggests the gymnasium-going population of the world is not going to run out of enthusiasm for protein. Supplementation in the near future. The transformation of whey from agricultural waste to premium health product is, in the most literal sense, the story of how changing your perspective on a substance can change its economic value by several orders of magnitude. It is also, somewhat inevitably, the story of a great deal of scientific work, some impressive engineering, and at least one 6-story drying tower in Walpen, Wisconsin. The nutritional reality of whey, which the supplement industry has successfully communicated to its customers, even if it occasionally overdoes the enthusiasm, is genuinely substantive. Whey protein is a complete protein. It contains all 9 essential amino acids in proportions that support human protein synthesis effectively, and it is particularly rich in branched-chain amino acids, specifically leucine, isoleucine, and valine, which are the amino acids most directly involved in stimulating muscle protein synthesis after exercise. The leucine content of whey protein is especially high compared to most other protein sources, and leucine appears to be a key signaling molecule in the process by which muscle tissue is repaired and built following exercise-induced stress. This combination of complete amino acid profile, high leucine content, and the additional property of being rapidly digested and absorbed, meaning that amino acids from whey reach the bloodstream relatively quickly after ingestion, timing that matters for post-exercise recovery, gives whey protein genuinely evidence-based advantages over many alternative protein sources for muscle recovery applications. The sports nutrition marketing is, in this case, not entirely detached from the science, which is a more generous statement than can be made about many categories of dietary supplement. Whey also contains a range of biologically active proteins beyond the simple protein content that supplement labels emphasize. Lactoferrin, a glycoprotein found in whey, has antimicrobial and immune-modulating properties that have attracted significant pharmaceutical research interest. Immunoglobulins present in whey have potential immune support functions. Beta-lactoglobulin and alpha-lactalbumin, the 2 dominant whey proteins by mass, have been studied for various functional food applications beyond simple protein supplementation. The bioactive peptide fractions released during whey protein digestion include compounds with potential antihypertensive, antioxidant, and antimicrobial properties. The academic literature on whey protein bioactivity is extensive, and while the distance between promising laboratory findings and clinically validated human health effects is significant and frequently underestimated by the supplement industry's marketing departments, the basic observation that whey is nutritionally more interesting than its 8,000-year status as waste material would suggest is well supported. The history of how human beings dealt with whey before the modern supplement industry is a somewhat melancholy chronicle of making do with something that stubbornly refused to go away. Ancient cheesemakers who observed that their animals were healthier and more productive when allowed to consume the whey that drained from the cheese vats, which happened empirically long before anyone understood why, began feeding whey to pigs, which turned out to be an excellent use of the product. Pigs are nutritionally flexible omnivores that can digest whey efficiently and convert its protein and lactose content into meat production with reasonable effectiveness. The association between cheesemaking and pig farming is ancient and practical. Wherever significant cheese was made, pigs were typically found nearby consuming the byproduct, and it produced in some regions a feedback loop in which whey-fed pigs produced specific cured products that became regional specialties in their own right. The Parma ham that pairs so famously with Parmigiano Reggiano in Italian regional cuisine is, historically, partly a product of the pigs that were fed on the whey generated by Parmigiano production. The complementarity of these two products on the table is not accidental. It is the result of a centuries-old waste management solution that happened to produce excellent cured pork as a side effect. Beyond pig feed, pre-modern uses of whey were limited by its perishability and the difficulty of concentrating or preserving it with available technology. In Scandinavia, the tradition of boiling whey to concentrate its solids into a dense, spreadable paste, the brown, caramel-sweet whey cheese known in Norway as brunost, and in related forms across the region, represents one of the more creative, pre-industrial solutions to the whey disposal problem. By boiling whey for several hours, the water evaporates, the lactose caramelizes, and the remaining proteins and sugars concentrate into a thick, sweet, fudge-like substance that keeps considerably longer than fresh whey and has its own distinctive flavor profile. Brunost is not everyone's idea of a desirable food. Its sweetness and slightly caramelized character place it in a flavor register quite different from what most people expect from cheese, but it is genuinely delicious in its context, spread on crisp bread or used as a component in traditional Scandinavian cooking, and it represents a genuine case of regional food culture solving the whey problem through creative culinary repurposing, rather than simply discarding the material. In Switzerland and the Alpine dairy regions more broadly, fresh liquid whey was consumed directly as a beverage in some communities, and there were historical traditions of bathing in whey for supposed health benefits that were popular enough to sustain dedicated whey cures at Alpine health resorts in the 18th and 19th centuries. The whey cure establishment, where wealthy visitors came to drink fresh warm whey from local dairies, while taking mountain air and gentle walks, under the supervision of physicians who believed the regimen beneficial for various complaints including digestive disorders and constitutional weaknesses, was a minor but distinct category of European health tourism in the pre-modern period. Whether drinking whey actually provided the health benefits attributed to it in this context is difficult to evaluate retrospectively, but the fundamental premise, that whey contains nutrients worth consuming rather than discarding, was correct in ways that the practitioners of whey cures could not have quantified with the knowledge available to them. The industrial whey problem emerged with full force in the 20th century, as the scale of cheese production grew dramatically, and the volumes of whey generated at individual facilities exceeded anything that pig farms, local consumption, or artisanal uses could absorb. A large cheese factory producing hundreds of thousands of pounds of cheese daily generates millions of pounds of liquid whey, a volume that cannot be trucked to neighbouring farms, cannot be concentrated by artisanal methods, and cannot simply be discharged into waterways without causing significant environmental damage. Whey has a very high biological oxygen demand, the measure of how much oxygen is consumed by the microorganisms that decompose organic matter in water, and when discharged in large volumes into rivers or streams, it depletes dissolved oxygen rapidly and creates conditions that are toxic to aquatic life. This is not a theoretical environmental concern. In the mid-20th century, before environmental regulations tightened and before industrial whey processing became economically viable, dairy whey disposal caused genuine environmental damage to waterways in cheese-producing regions of the United States and Europe. The Wisconsin River, among others, received dairy effluent in quantities that significantly affected water quality during periods of peak cheese production. The environmental problem was also an economic opportunity, in the sense that solving it required developing a use for the whey that would make the cost of processing it economically justifiable, and that use turned out to be worth considerably more than the problem it was solving. The development of industrial whey processing technology through the mid-20th century was driven by a combination of environmental pressure, regulatory mandate, and the gradually emerging recognition that whey protein had genuine commercial value if it could be concentrated and dried into a stable, transportable form. The basic approach involves removing water from liquid whey through a series of membrane filtration and evaporation steps, producing concentrated liquid forms and eventually dried powders with protein content ranging from roughly 35% in whey protein concentrate to 90% or higher in whey protein isolate, which is produced by more aggressive membrane filtration that removes most of the fat and lactose along with the water. Each step in this concentration process requires specialized equipment and significant capital investment, and the technology to do it efficiently at industrial scale was not fully developed until the 1970s and 1980s, when advances in membrane filtration technology, specifically ultrafiltration and reverse osmosis membranes capable of operating at the flow rates and pressures required for dairy applications, made large-scale whey protein concentration economically practical. The 6-story spray drying tower at Alto Dairy that converts liquid whey concentrate into stable powder is the physical embodiment of this technological development, and it is a genuinely impressive piece of engineering. The process works by pumping highly concentrated liquid whey, already reduced in volume through membrane filtration and evaporation to a fraction of its original bulk, into the top of a tall chamber where it is atomized into an extremely fine mist by high-pressure nozzles. Hot air, typically around 200 degrees Celsius, is blown through the chamber in a controlled flow pattern. The tiny whey droplets, exposed to the hot dry air, lose their remaining water content within seconds, and the solid whey protein particles that remain fall to the bottom of the chamber, where they are collected, tested, and packaged. The entire process, from liquid concentrate to dry powder, takes only a few seconds of actual drying time. The tower needs to be 6 stories tall because those seconds of drying happen while the particles are falling, and 6 stories is approximately how far a particle falls in the time required for the process to complete. The engineering precision required to control particle size, moisture content, solubility, and functional properties of the resulting powder, all of which affect its performance in food and supplement applications, is considerable, and the facilities that produce premium whey protein are not particularly similar to the cheese caves of Roquefort in their operational character, though they are processing what is ultimately the same milk-derived material. The supplement industry that eventually emerged as the primary commercial destination for whey protein concentrate and isolate grew from relatively modest origins in bodybuilding culture of the 1970s and 1980s into a mainstream category that has since expanded well beyond its original athletic niche. The early bodybuilding protein powders, which were by modern standards rather primitive formulations with indifferent solubility and limited flavor masking, were marketed primarily through specialist channels to a specific subculture. The shift toward mainstream acceptance occurred gradually through the 1990s and accelerated significantly in the 2000s, driven by the intersection of several trends: growing public awareness of protein's role in metabolism and satiety, the emergence of evidence-based sports nutrition as a recognized field, the improvement in product formulations and flavoring that made whey protein supplements more palatably competitive with food sources, and the expansion of gym culture from a specialist enthusiast activity into a mainstream lifestyle practice in most wealthy countries. By the early 21st century, whey protein had achieved what most food products spend their entire existence attempting to achieve: category legitimacy. It was no longer a niche supplement sold at specialist stores to people who knew exactly what it was for. It was an ingredient present in everything from protein bars to yogurts, to infant formula, to clinical nutrition products for hospital patients. The food industry's recognition that whey protein could be incorporated as a functional ingredient into a wide range of processed food products, improving protein content, texture, and functional properties simultaneously, opened a market segment that dwarfed the original gym supplement application. Food manufacturers discovered that whey protein concentrates, when added at appropriate levels, improved the texture of baked goods, enhanced the nutritional profile of beverages, extended the shelf life of some products by their water-binding properties, and provided cost-effective protein enrichment compared to many alternative sources. The ingredient that had been sluiced into ditches became a valued food technology component. The environmental dimension of this transformation should not be overlooked, because the commercialization of whey protein did not merely create economic value, it solved, or at least substantially mitigated, what had been a genuine environmental problem. When the whey generated by a large cheese plant can be processed and sold as a premium ingredient rather than disposed of as waste, the economic incentive to process it completely and discharge minimal volumes as effluent aligns perfectly with the environmental interest in minimizing dairy waste discharge to waterways. Modern large-scale cheese plants in Wisconsin and other major dairy production regions process essentially all of their whey output into commercial products: protein concentrates and isolates for the supplement and food ingredient markets, lactose. Powder for food processing and pharmaceutical applications permeate for animal feed, with discharge volumes that are a small fraction of what the industry was releasing in the mid-century period. The economic solution and the environmental solution turned out to be the same solution, which is a more agreeable outcome than these situations usually produce. Lactose, the milk sugar that constitutes a significant portion of whey's dry matter content and that, as discussed in the first chapter, is the component that most adult humans cannot digest efficiently, has its own parallel valorization story. Lactose, separated from whey protein during the processing steps that produce high-purity whey protein isolate, has commercial applications in pharmaceutical tablet manufacturing, where its specific physical properties make it a valuable tablet. Filler and binder. In infant formula, where it provides a carbohydrate profile more similar to human breast milk than alternatives, and in food manufacturing more broadly. The global lactose market, which was essentially non-existent as a distinct commercial category before industrial whey processing developed, is now worth several $100 million annually. The substance that was responsible for the lactose intolerance that complicated dairy's relationship with most of the world's adult population turned out to be commercially valuable in specific processing applications where its properties are features rather than limitations. The transformation of whey from waste to resource is, in a sense, a compressed version of the entire history of cheese in a single byproduct. Every significant development in the whey story follows the pattern that cheese itself established. A substance initially regarded as worthless is subjected to human ingenuity, transformed by scientific understanding and technological capability into something with recognized value and incorporated into economic systems that eventually make it seem obvious in retrospect that this substance was always valuable and was simply being wasted by people who didn't know what they had. The ancient cheesemakers who poured whey into ditches were not stupid. They were working with the knowledge and technology available to them, and from that perspective, discarding whey was entirely rational. It was only the accumulation of nutritional science, food processing technology, supplement industry development, and environmental regulation that made the transformation to valued commodity possible, and none of those developments were available to the person pulling curds in a goatskin bag in ancient Iran. There is something both humbling and encouraging in this pattern. Humbling, because it suggests that the things we currently regard as waste, as inevitable byproducts of valued processes, as material beneath systematic attention, may contain value that future knowledge and technology will reveal. The history of food is partly a history of the progressive discovery that things dismissed as worthless actually weren't, provided you understood them well enough and had the tools to use them. Encouraging, because it suggests that the relationship between human ingenuity and natural materials is not fixed, that the constraints of today are not permanent, and that the waste streams of current production processes are not inevitable waste, but potential resources waiting for the right framework of knowledge and incentive to unlock them. Whey protein did not become a $10 billion industry because someone decided to make it one. It became one because the combination of scientific understanding, technological capability, market demand, and environmental pressure created conditions in which the valorization of whey was both possible and economically compelling. The cheese industry went looking for solutions to a disposal problem and found a superfood. The superfood was there the entire time. The current state of whey research continues to expand the understanding of what this byproduct contains and what it can do. Beyond the protein and lactose that drive the existing commercial categories, whey contains biologically active peptide fractions, growth factors, and minor protein components whose potential applications in functional foods, pharmaceuticals, and nutraceuticals are still being worked out. Lactoferrin, the antimicrobial glycoprotein found in whey, is the subject of active research into applications ranging from infant nutrition to potential antimicrobial therapy. The growth factors present in whey, including insulin-like growth factor 1 and transforming growth factor beta, have been studied in the context of tissue repair and gut health applications. The immunoglobulin fractions in whey have potential uses in oral passive immunization strategies. The science is, in most of these areas, still at an early stage relative to the commercial development of whey protein supplementation, but the trajectory suggests that the $10 billion industry, built on the most basic whey protein applications, may eventually look like the modest beginning of a larger story. The abandoned liquid that ancient dairymen poured into their drainage channels is still, it turns out, giving up its secrets. Alto Dairy's 6-story drying tower processes 250,000 pounds of liquid whey per day into stable, commercially valuable powder. This is, in the context of this documentary, a fitting image. The same facility that produces the cheese, the ancient accident of curds and whey, the nutritional revolution of the Bronze Age, the currency of medieval feudalism, the logistical weapon of Roman armies, also produces the byproduct that those same Roman armies, those same medieval farmers, and all the thousands of years of cheesemakers before the 20th century simply discarded. The value was there throughout the entire history of cheese. It just took about 8,000 years and a 6-story machine to collect it properly. The sports nutrition market's relationship with whey protein has evolved considerably since the early days of barely palatable chalky powders mixed into water with indifferent results. The product development investment that the supplement industry has made in improving the organoleptic properties, the taste, texture, solubility, and mixability of whey protein products over the past 3 decades is substantial, and the results are apparent in the current generation of products, which are considerably more palatable than their predecessors. Flavor chemistry, emulsification technology, and processing innovations have produced whey protein products that mix cleanly into liquid, carry flavors effectively, and have a texture that most consumers find acceptable or even enjoyable. This improvement in product experience was a necessary condition for market expansion beyond the specialist athletic community, because the mainstream consumer, whose primary motivation for consuming protein supplements is general health maintenance or weight management, is considerably less willing to tolerate product qualities that dedicated athletes might accept as a necessary inconvenience. The price trajectory of whey protein over the period of market development is instructive about how commodity markets for novel ingredients typically evolve. In the early years of the commercial whey protein market, when processing capacity was limited and demand was confined to specialist channels, prices per kilogram of whey protein were high relative to the raw material value of the whey itself, reflecting the capital cost of processing infrastructure and the limited competition among suppliers. As processing capacity expanded, as the technology became more widely available, and as the market grew to a scale that justified large-scale production investment, prices declined progressively. Today, whey protein concentrate is a commodity ingredient available at prices per gram of protein that are competitive with or lower than many conventional food protein sources, a trajectory that has supported the ingredient's penetration into mainstream food products where cost is a primary procurement consideration. The geographic concentration of whey protein production reflects the underlying geography of cheese manufacturing, with Wisconsin, New Zealand, Ireland, and France representing the largest production centres by virtue of their large-scale cheese. Industries generating large volumes of whey. New Zealand's dairy industry occupies a particularly interesting position in this landscape. The country's dairy sector, organised primarily through the cooperative structure of Fonterra, is one of the largest dairy exporters in the world on a per capita basis, and the whey protein products derived from New Zealand cheese and butter production have achieved significant market positions in Asian markets, particularly China, where demand for premium dairy-derived nutrition products has grown rapidly. The combination of New Zealand's reputation for clean pastoral dairy production, a marketing narrative built on genuine agricultural conditions of pasture-based farming and relatively low-intensity production practices, and the functional performance of its whey protein products has supported premium positioning in markets where the provenance of nutrition products carries significant consumer value. The infant formula market represents one of the more consequential applications of whey protein beyond the gym supplement context, and one that connects the modern whey processing industry to fundamental questions about infant nutrition. Human breast milk contains a whey-to-casein protein ratio of approximately 80-20. That is, 80% of the protein in human milk is in the whey fraction, and 20% is casein. Cow's milk, from which most commercial infant formula is derived, has the opposite ratio, roughly 20% whey and 80% casein in the milk itself, though this can be modified during processing. The addition of whey protein to cow's milk-based infant formula to shift the protein ratio toward the profile of human breast milk is a deliberate nutritional engineering choice that has been standard practice in premium infant formula production for decades, and it depends on the availability of commercial whey protein fractions in standardized, highly pure form. The industrial whey processing capacity that the cheese and supplement industries built for their own commercial purposes turns out to also be the infrastructure that makes this nutritional application possible. The clinical nutrition market, specialized formula products for hospital patients, elderly individuals with elevated protein needs, people recovering from surgery or illness, is another significant application where the functional properties of whey protein make it a preferred ingredient over alternatives. The rapid digestibility that makes whey protein appealing for post-exercise recovery also makes it useful in clinical contexts where patients need to achieve protein intake targets efficiently, and where the volume of food that can be consumed may be limited by appetite, illness, or recovery conditions. The leucine content that activates muscle protein synthesis in athletes activates the same pathway in elderly individuals experiencing age-related muscle loss, making whey protein an evidence-based tool in nutritional strategies for sarcopenia, the progressive loss of muscle mass and function that accompanies aging. The gym supplement and the hospital meal supplement are addressing different populations with different needs, but they are drawing on the same underlying science about how whey protein interacts with human muscle metabolism. The full valorization of whey has also had secondary effects on the economics of cheesemaking itself. When whey is a profitable co-product rather than a disposal liability, the economics of cheese production change in ways that affect what kinds of cheese can be made economically and at what scale. The whey revenue stream from a large industrial cheese plant contributes meaningfully to the overall economics of that facility, effectively subsidizing the cost of cheese production at the margin and supporting price points that would otherwise be difficult to maintain in competitive commodity markets. This economic dynamic is most significant for the larger-scale industrial cheese producers, for whom whey processing capacity and the revenue it generates are integral to the financial model of the overall operation. For small artisan cheesemakers, by contrast, the volumes of whey generated are typically too small to justify dedicated processing infrastructure, and most artisan operations either sell their whey to larger processors, use it for animal feed on the farm, or in some cases still discharge it through permitted agricultural waste channels. The whey valorization revolution has therefore been a larger proportional benefit to industrial-scale cheese production than to artisan-scale production, which is one of the factors that contributes to the economic advantage of industrial operations over artisan ones, an economic gap that the artisan sector compensates for through quality and price premiums rather than raw production economics. Looking at the whey story in full sweep, from the ancient drainage channels to the 6-story spray-drying towers, what emerges is a consistent theme that runs through this documentary's entire examination of cheese history: the remarkable capacity of human ingenuity, given sufficient time, knowledge, and economic incentive, to extract value from materials that previous generations regarded as worthless or worse. Every stage in this process required something that the previous stage lacked: scientific understanding, processing technology, market development, regulatory frameworks, distribution infrastructure, and in every case, the development of those. Missing elements unlocked value that was always present in the material but simply inaccessible. Inside the Wisconsin Center for Dairy Research, already familiar from our mozzarella discussion, researchers are now doing something considerably more ambitious than measuring cheese stretch with a ruler. Inside, however, it contains something that would be genuinely baffling to every cheesemaker who has appeared in this documentary: the monks of the previous millennium, the Alpine dairymen with their summer pasture herds, the Roman supply officers, packing pecorino for soldiers in Gaul, and certainly the ancient herder who first opened a goat's stomach and found something unexpected. It contains people who are deliberately and systematically redesigning cheese from the inside, not by changing the culture practices, not by selecting different animals for the herd, not by experimenting with aging parameters, but by intervening. directly in the biochemical composition of the finished product through scientific methods that would have been impossible as recently as 40 years ago. They are, in the most literal sense, engineering the future of a food that has existed in recognizable form for 8 millennia, and they are doing so with a combination of nutritional science, precision agriculture, and food technology that has no precedent in the long history we have spent this documentary examining. The omega-3 enrichment program is perhaps the most accessible of these interventions to explain, because it works through a mechanism that is familiar from the terroir discussion, the idea that what cows eat is directly reflected in the composition of their milk and therefore of the cheese made from it. The researchers at Wisconsin have demonstrated through systematic feeding trials that dairy cattle-fed diets supplemented with ground flaxseed or other omega-3 rich plant materials produce milk with measurably elevated levels of omega-3 fatty acids, particularly alpha-linolenic acid, and that these elevated omega-3 levels survive the cheese-making process and persist in the finished cheese at concentrations that are nutritionally significant relative to standard cheese. The mechanism is simple. The fatty acid composition of milk fat reflects the diet of the cow producing it, and the practical application is straightforward. Feed cows differently, get nutritionally different cheese. No genetic modification, no laboratory intervention, no novel processing technology. Just a deliberate diet formulation that shifts the lipid profile of the milk toward what nutritionists consider a more favourable fatty acid balance. The significance of this is partly nutritional and partly philosophical. From a nutritional standpoint, the Western diet in general is heavily skewed toward omega-6 fatty acids relative to omega-3s, a ratio that nutritional epidemiology has associated with various inflammatory conditions and the availability of dairy. Products with improved omega-3 content offers a way to nudge that ratio in a more favourable direction through existing food choices rather than supplement consumption. Cheese, which is already consumed in large quantities in Western diets, is a particularly convenient vehicle for this kind of nutritional modification. You're not asking people to change what they eat, just to occasionally choose a product that has been produced with a slightly different farming practice. The consumer behavior change required is minimal. The nutritional benefit accumulated across a population of cheese consumers could be meaningful. The philosophical dimension is equally interesting. The omega-3 enrichment approach is an example of what food scientists call targeted nutrition through production modification. Changing the nutrient profile of a food, not by adding anything to it in processing, but by changing the conditions under which it was produced. It is, in a sense, the high-tech application of the same principle that traditional dairy cultures applied intuitively for centuries when they valued summer pasture milk over winter hay milk, or when alpine producers went to considerable effort to graze their herds on specific high-altitude meadows because the milk quality was noticeably better. The terroir concept, applied through modern nutritional science, produces targeted health outcomes rather than simply superior flavour. The food is still coming from the land. The land is just being managed with more specific intentions than before. The probiotic cheese research represents a somewhat more technically demanding intervention, because introducing specific probiotic bacterial cultures into cheese in ways that ensure their survival through the production and aging process, their presence in sufficient numbers at the point of consumption, and their delivery to the gut in viable form requires solving a set of problems that are not trivially easy. Probiotic bacteria, by definition, must be alive and metabolically active when they reach the consumer to provide the health benefits attributed to them. Dead bacteria are just protein, and their presence in a food product, while not harmful, doesn't confer probiotic benefits. The challenge is that cheese-making is a biologically active process conducted at temperatures, acidity levels, and moisture conditions that are not uniformly hospitable to all probiotic species, and that the aging process subjects the cheese and everything in it to conditions over periods of months that further challenge the survival of deliberately introduced bacterial populations. The research groups working on probiotic cheese have approached this problem through several strategies. One approach is to select probiotic strains specifically for their compatibility with cheese production conditions, their tolerance of the acidification process, their ability to survive the salt concentrations typical of cheese, their stability during aging at the temperature and humidity conditions of various cheese styles. This strain selection approach has identified several lactobacillus and bifidobacterium species that survive adequately in specific cheese formats, and that, when present in sufficient numbers at consumption, provide the intestinal health benefits associated with those organisms in other delivery vehicles like yogurt. Another approach involves encapsulation, coating probiotic bacteria in protective matrices that shield them from the production environment and release them in the gut, where the pH conditions trigger the capsule to dissolve and deliver the viable bacteria to the intestinal environment where they are intended to operate. What's interesting about the probiotic cheese work from a historical perspective is that it represents the scientific formalization of something that traditional fermented cheeses have been doing informally for centuries. The wild microbial cultures present in artisan cheeses made from raw milk contain, naturally, populations of lactic acid bacteria that are closely related to the organisms sold as probiotics in commercial supplements, and there is a body of evidence suggesting that raw milk artisan cheeses, consumed regularly as part of a traditional diet, have historically contributed to intestinal microbial diversity in populations that consumed them. The probiotic cheese research is, in this sense, an attempt to provide the deliberately engineered version of what traditional cheese culture provided naturally, at scale and with standardized dosing, to populations that don't have access to traditional raw milk cheese. The scientific intervention is doing what the traditional food system used to do for a population that has been largely removed from direct contact with traditional food systems. Whether that's satisfying from a food philosophy standpoint depends rather heavily on your food philosophy. The more dramatic and more contested frontier in the future of cheese is the animal-free alternative, and here we move from dietary modification and microbiological optimization into territory that is genuinely unprecedented in the 8,000-year history of cheese. A small but growing number of biotechnology companies, concentrated primarily in the San Francisco Bay Area, but also present in other innovation hubs across the United States and Europe, are developing and beginning to commercialize cheese, or more. Precisely cheese proteins that are produced without any animal involvement at all. The approach uses precision fermentation. Yeast cells or other microbial hosts are genetically modified to carry the genes encoding the specific milk proteins, primarily alpha-casein and beta-casein, that give dairy cheese its characteristic functional and textural properties. These engineered microorganisms are then grown in fermentation tanks, consuming sugar and producing the target proteins as metabolic products, which are then harvested, purified, and combined with plant-based or other non-animal fats and minerals to produce a product that contains genuine casein proteins with the functional properties of dairy cheese, but that was manufactured entirely through microbial fermentation in a controlled industrial environment. The technical achievement here is not trivial. Casein proteins are complex molecules, and their functional properties in cheese, the specific way they interact with calcium and water to form the gel structures that give different cheese styles their textures, the way they respond to heat and enzyme activity during aging, the way they contribute to flavor development through proteolysis, depend on having the right proteins in the right configurations. Getting engineered microorganisms to produce these proteins in commercially useful quantities and in functionally appropriate forms required years of iterative development work in protein engineering and fermentation optimization. The early products from this industry are at varying stages of technical maturity, with some functional properties of dairy cheese reproduced convincingly and others still lagging. The melt and stretch behavior of casein-based animal-free mozzarella, for example, is a particular challenge. The casein proteins may be chemically identical to dairy casein, but the overall matrix of a cheese, its calcium balance, its microbial history, its fat distribution, the specific way the proteins are organized in three-dimensional space, is more than just its protein content, and reproducing all of these simultaneously without the biological production system that created them naturally is a significant engineering problem. The companies working in this space, Perfect Day, Remilk, New Wave Foods, and a handful of others at various stages of development and commercial launch, frame their products primarily in terms of environmental and ethical benefits rather than sensory superiority over conventional dairy cheese. The environmental case for precision fermentation dairy is, in principle, substantial. Producing casein proteins in fermentation tanks using engineered microorganisms and plant-derived sugar feedstocks could, under favorable conditions, require significantly less land, water, and energy than producing the same proteins through conventional dairy farming, and would generate none of the methane emissions associated with ruminant livestock. The ethical case for consumers who object to animal agriculture on welfare grounds is straightforward. No animals are involved in the production process. These arguments have genuine weight, and the segment of consumers for whom they are compelling is real, if currently not large enough to constitute a mass market. The counter-arguments, both technical and cultural, are also genuinely substantial. From a technical standpoint, the animal-free cheese products currently available are not identical to conventional dairy cheese, and the specific differences in flavour complexity, in functional behaviour, in the range of styles and types that can be produced matter to the significant portion of cheese consumers for whose behaviour, flavour and quality considerations are primary. The terroir concept, the idea that great cheese is inseparable from the specific place, animals and biological processes that produced it, is not compatible with precision fermentation production in a meaningful way, and for the consumers and producers who care deeply about that dimension of cheese culture, the animal-free alternative addresses a different product than the one they value. A wheel of 18-month Comté produced from specific Alpine milk in a specific Duraceller by a specific affineur is not the same category of thing as a precision fermentation casein matrix, combined with plant fats and distributed in vacuum. Packaging, even if both products could be called cheese in some broad sense. From a cultural standpoint, cheese carries social and cultural meanings that extend well beyond its composition. The experience of buying cheese from a producer at a farmer's market, the ritual of cutting into a wheel at the table, the specific flavours associated with specific places and seasons and traditions, all of these are part of what cheese means to people for whom it matters, and none of them can be reproduced by a product made in a fermentation tank in a Bay Area industrial park. This doesn't mean the precision fermentation products have no value or no market. It means they are a different product serving different needs, and that the range of things that can reasonably be called cheese in the future may span a wider territory than it has at any previous point in history, from the most traditional, place-specific, biologically complex artisan wheels at one end to the most engineered, precisely characterized, industrially produced protein matrices at the other, with a continuous spectrum of everything in between. The tension between these futures is real, and it is not merely commercial. It is a question about what food is for, and about what kinds of human relationships with the natural world are worth maintaining, in an era when technology increasingly offers the option of substituting engineered systems for biological ones. Cheese, more than almost any other food, has historically been a product of relationship between humans and specific animals, between those animals and specific landscapes, between human communities and the microbial worlds they have learned to manage. Those relationships have produced the extraordinary diversity of cheese that we have surveyed in this documentary, and they have done so precisely because they were not purely instrumental. People didn't just use animals for milk. They developed, over millennia, a knowledge of and engagement with those animals, those landscapes, and those microbial processes that is embedded in the culture of cheese in ways that are not easily transferred to a fermentation tank. Whether that embedding matters, whether the loss of those relationships in exchange for the environmental and ethical benefits of animal-free production represents a gain, a loss, or simply a trade, is a question that different people will answer, very differently depending on what they value and why. The Wisconsin researchers working on omega-3 enrichment and probiotic cultures represent a middle path between these poles, using science to improve conventional dairy cheese without abandoning the agricultural systems and biological processes that have produced it, attempting to address the nutritional and health critiques of conventional dairy while preserving the sensory and cultural dimensions that make cheese worth caring about. This middle path is probably where most commercial cheese production will remain for the foreseeable future, because it works within existing infrastructure, satisfies existing consumer expectations, and delivers incremental benefits without requiring either producers or consumers to make fundamental changes to their relationship with the product. It is not the most radical direction, but it may be the most durable. The broader environmental question hanging over the future of dairy farming, the contribution of ruminant livestock to greenhouse gas emissions, the land and water use associated with dairy production, the question of whether the world can sustain growing global dairy consumption on a planet managing climate change, is real and serious, and will not be resolved by any of the individual innovations described in this chapter. It requires systemic change at a scale that goes beyond cheese, encompassing the entire food system and the agricultural, economic and policy frameworks that shape it. Cheese will be part of that conversation, but it will be only one voice among many, and the outcome will depend on choices made at levels far above the individual wheel of Comté or the individual precision fermentation vat. What can be said with confidence, looking across the 8,000 years that this documentary has surveyed, is that cheese has demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for adaptation and reinvention while maintaining a recognizable core identity. The cheese that was accidentally created in a goat stomach in ancient Iran, the cheese that marched with Roman legions across Europe, the cheese that served as currency in alpine valleys, the cheese that was refined in monastic cellars to become some of the greatest flavor experiences in human culinary history, the cheese that was democratized and industrialized and stretched to cover millions of pizzas, the cheese that is now being enriched with omega-3s and inoculated with probiotics and reimagined entirely in fermentation tanks. All of these are expressions of the same fundamental discovery, that milk, subjected to the right biological processes, produces something that is far more nutritionally dense, far more flavor complex, and far more culturally resonant than the liquid it started as. That discovery has proved remarkably generative across an enormous range of cultural contexts, technological eras, and economic circumstances. It has produced foods of extraordinary beauty and complexity in the hands of artisan producers with centuries of accumulated knowledge. It has produced foods of remarkable consistency and accessibility in the hands of industrial producers with sophisticated engineering. And it is now producing foods of unprecedented technical precision in the hands of biotechnologists with genomic tools that would be incomprehensible to everyone else in this documentary's long cast of characters. What connects all of these, despite their apparent differences, is the underlying biological reality that milk contains something valuable, that human ingenuity can unlock and amplify that value in multiple ways, and that the 8,000 years of accumulated practice, knowledge, and cultural investment in cheese is one of the most productive sustained collaborations between human intelligence and the biological world that our species has undertaken. That collaboration is not finished. It is, if anything, entering a period of more rapid and more radical evolution than any previous phase, and the outcomes are genuinely uncertain in ways that make the future of cheese one of the more interesting applied questions at the intersection of science, culture, and the natural world. The nomadic herder who accidentally made the first cheese had no way of knowing what they had started. The medieval monk who spent decades learning to manage the mold culture on a cave-ripened wheel had no way of knowing that those organisms were closely related to something that would one day save hundreds of millions of lives. The industrial cheesemaker in Wisconsin who processes 3.5 million pounds of milk into cheese every day is not thinking about the papal courts of Avignon or the Roman legions at Hadrian's Wall. And the biotechnologist programming yeast cells to produce casein proteins in a San Francisco lab is probably not spending a lot of time reflecting on ancient Alpine transhumance or the washed rind traditions of Trappist abbeys. But each of them is a chapter in the same long story, the story of one of the most consequential accidents in the history of human nutrition and the 8,000 years of human ingenuity that followed it. That story is still being written. The next chapter is being composed right now in labs and dairies and caves and fermentation tanks on multiple continents by people who don't yet know which of their innovations will prove consequential and which will be footnotes. That's exactly how the story has always been written, in real time by people who couldn't see the full arc, making practical decisions about milk and bacteria and time and temperature that collectively added up to one of the most improbable and most delicious achievements in the history of human civilization. The science of designing cheese's future is also forcing a productive reckoning with questions about what we actually know about how traditional cheese works. Questions that, somewhat paradoxically, the precision of modern food science has made more visible rather than less. The more accurately researchers can characterize the microbial communities in a traditional raw milk cheese, the more they discover how much complexity those communities contain that we don't yet understand. The more precisely they can measure the flavor compound profiles of great-aged cheeses, the more they find compounds whose specific contributions to the overall sensory experience are still being worked out. Traditional cheesemaking knowledge, accumulated over centuries through direct sensory experience and empirical practice, turns out to contain a great deal of information that science is still in the process of formally describing. The monks didn't know about Brevibacterium linens, but they knew what it did. The Alpine dairymen didn't have volatile compound profiles of their summer and winter milk, but they knew which produced better cheese. The gap between what traditional practitioners knew and what modern science can currently explain is larger than the food technology world might comfortably admit, and bridging it requires a kind of intellectual humility that hasn't always been the food industry's strongest suit. This has practical implications for the precision fermentation approach to animal-free cheese. The companies building casein-based alternatives are working with extraordinarily precise knowledge of the specific proteins involved and considerable skill in producing them through fermentation. What they are working with is a less complete picture of all the other components: the minor proteins, the specific mineral complexes, the fat globule membrane structures, the microbial history, the subtle biochemical consequences of the specific production conditions that collectively make conventional dairy cheese what it is. The proteins are the starring role, the rest of the cast is still being catalogued. Getting the stars right while the supporting cast is still being assembled may produce a functional product, but it may also produce something that, while nutritionally adequate and technically impressive, lacks the depth of character that 8,000 years of biological complexity have built into the original. Whether that depth of character matters to enough consumers to affect the market trajectory of precision fermentation cheese is a question that the market will answer over the next decade or two, rather than in any laboratory. The regulatory landscape for novel cheese products, both the enriched and modified conventional varieties and the animal-free alternatives, is itself an evolving territory that will shape how quickly and in what forms these innovations reach consumers. The FDA's existing standards of identity for cheese, developed largely in the mid-20th century in response to processed cheese innovation, were not designed with precision fermentation casein products or omega-3 enriched dairy cheese in mind. The question of whether a product containing precision fermentation casein proteins can legally be called cheese, or must be called a cheese alternative or dairy analogue or something else entirely, is not resolved, and the answer will have significant commercial implications for the industry segments involved. Conventional dairy producers, who have commercial interests in protecting the cheese designation for products that come from animal milk, are active participants in the regulatory process through their industry associations and lobbyists, and their position that precision fermentation products should not be labelled as cheese is commercially motivated but not without legitimate regulatory foundation. The FDA will need to develop frameworks for these novel categories that serve consumer protection interests, provide truthful information about what products actually are, and don't simply encode commercial preferences of incumbent industries into regulatory language. This is, as regulatory challenges go, a fairly difficult one, and the history of food regulation suggests it will be resolved only partially well and over a longer period than anyone involved would prefer. The consumer dimension of all this future gazing is, as always, the one that ultimately determines which innovations become commercially significant and which remain interesting experiments. Consumer attitudes toward both enriched conventional cheese and animal-free alternatives are complex, heterogeneous, and evolving in ways that market research captures imperfectly. There is a substantial consumer segment that is interested in dairy products with enhanced nutritional profiles. The success of omega-3 enriched eggs and DHA-fortified foods in general suggests that consumers are receptive to nutritional improvements delivered through familiar food vehicles, provided they don't require significant behavior change or meaningful quality trade-offs. There is a smaller but meaningful consumer segment that is interested in animal-free dairy alternatives on environmental or ethical grounds, and is willing to accept product characteristics that differ from conventional dairy in exchange for alignment with those values. And there is a much larger consumer segment that is primarily interested in conventional dairy cheese for reasons of flavour, familiarity, and the specific cultural and culinary roles that cheese plays in their lives, and that is not particularly interested in either enrichment or animal-free alternatives unless those alternatives deliver the same or better sensory experience at a similar or lower cost. The interaction of these segments will shape the market over the coming decades in ways that are genuinely uncertain, but certain structural realities seem likely to persist. They care about the specific place, the specific animals, the specific human knowledge and skill, the specific biological community of organisms that produce a specific cheese in a specific cellar. These are not properties that can be replicated by any technology, because they are not properties of the cheese in isolation. They are properties of the relationship between the cheese and everything that produced it. That relationship is, in a philosophical sense, irreducible. And the products of that irreducible relationship, the great wheels of aged Comté, the carefully ripened, washed-rind cheeses of Alsace, the generations-old cave-matured blues, the hand-stretched buffalo mozzarella of Campania, will remain. Extraordinary regardless of what alternatives technology produces, for the same reason that live music remains extraordinary, regardless of what recorded music technology achieves. The original has properties that the reproduction, however technically sophisticated, does not and cannot capture. At the same time, the existence of technically sophisticated alternatives that serve the needs of consumers for whom the artisan original is inaccessible, because of cost, because of geography, because of dietary considerations, because of ethical commitments, or because of simple preference for the familiar, is not a threat to the artisan original. It is a different market serving different needs. The processed cheese slice did not destroy artisan cheddar. It occupied a different market position, while artisan cheddar continued to exist, and eventually to flourish among consumers who valued what it offered. The precision fermentation casein product will not destroy Parmigiano Reggiano, or Roquefort, or Gruyère, or any of the other expressions of 8,000 years of accumulated dairy craft. It will exist alongside them, serving the consumers whose needs it serves, while the traditional products continue to serve theirs. What the future of cheese will look like in its full diversity, the traditional, the enriched, the industrial, the artisan, the animal-free, and whatever categories have yet to be invented, is genuinely impossible to predict in detail, and anyone who tells you otherwise is probably trying to sell you a fermentation startup. What can be said with reasonable confidence is that cheese, in one form or another, will remain part of human diet, human culture, and human experience for the foreseeable future. It has too much going for it, nutritionally, culinarily, culturally, economically, to be displaced by any single competing food technology or changing dietary preference. It has survived the fall of Rome, the dissolution of the monasteries, the Industrial Revolution, the processed food era, and the arrival of the Internet, all without particularly noticeably changing its fundamental character. A few fermentation tanks in Silicon Valley are unlikely to pose a more existential challenge than the Black Death or the French Revolution, both of which cheese also managed to outlast while remaining fundamentally itself. And on that thought, on the image of 8,000 years of controlled rot, of monks and soldiers and nomads and food scientists all contributing their chapter to the same improbable story, it feels like the right moment to put down the cheese and close your eyes. Good night, wherever you're listening from. Sweet dreams, and if you find yourself thinking about cheese, well, you're in very good historical company.